photos, and you'll get the best ideas and storage programs used to be included
flooding nearby, impacting nearby homes and businesses?
That's right, Tom. There is huge concern for people who live along this river and
used to install a virtual machine. And here I've installed something called a virtual box, which you can down here. This allows you to run a guest operating system inside the host, the main operating system. Once again, I've got a video called How to Set Up a Virtual Machine Automated for Windows 11. But just to show you what I've got going on here, let's use the magic of the main operating system. This is a test copy of Windows 7. And the things I've installed are here we are. It's worked. Windows 11 is installed here in the virtual machine. The unattended install in VirtualBox 7 is fantastic. Inside the host of the main operating system. The video called How to Set Up a Virtual Machine that takes you through this. But just to show you what I've got going on here, down here I've got a copy of Windows 7 running. This is a test copy of Windows 7, and here I've installed, I think it's Office .t.
Take a look at it, because he came out the window.
Negative. He's stating that the kids that want to take off the lights on the unit, female jumped into the truck and the truck is off.
432 days done.
Location 0-20.
I only have one question. You know, unfortunately, security nowadays is tough line. So, do you have, like we have a remote, what do you call it? You have to walk up and say, a lot of them have their own personal foods and things of that nature.
Configuration applied. Configuration applied. Stop for changes to take stop for changes to turn down on the
which is pretty incredible. Most of our life is, unfortunately, so let's take a look way up high. 4 heads, which is pretty incredible.
Location 10-20.
I'll be asleep inside on a traffic stop. So we're going to park now. Further away.
I don't have the answer. There's video inside that building that depicts him. There is video inside that.
Accountability to meaningful engagement. And so, you know, the response we submitted speaks for itself.
let me ask by show of hands, if you think that there would ever be a appropriate for the federal government and I intervene
law enforcement operation targeting violent criminal activity. As a result of this violent crime, nearly 20% nationwide compared to separate summer to
and our allies. If you have subscribed, please subscribe.
Thanks for your question.
Thank you again.
All is
Nueces.
and every organization that's done that. What are the critical
We know about working faces, that was all right. And please now, I don't mind most of these, but I do not want to have anything in the quick hit. Next. And finally, click on Install. And there we are. Installed. It's just too let's do an MSBLK again. And this time, we've got to how I hear which is US now. And we've seen
which was very nice. On target, yeah, and if you hit that one, you get another one on.
Those are about 8 inches apart.
Which was very wise. I think you're on target. Yeah, you can hit that one again.
Once again, live investment, I'm installed on just log in. That's probably there's various things that can be done here, some of which I'll return to later in the video. But the critical one is that if you have an NVIDIA graphics card, or on this computer is an NVIDIA graphics card, you can watch the driver manager to install the right drivers for the NVIDIA graphics card.
That's objective. You heard the way to the second television. That's completely authority. Right. You can become the king of the box.
record. The team ranked 18th in the country, with Poggi entering code for Michigan's bowl game on December 31st.
The bill validator spinning round and round and not able to give out cards once the bill's inserted.
Alright, I just put the 932 was the stuck dollar bill. Also, that's the one that that's why I got confused.
Okay, and then 915, I got that one going. I had an entry box. The bill validator spinning round and round and not able to give out cards without bills inserted.
Everyone.
Location is 10-20.
What do I want? Let's see. Can I see a priest? No, you can't see a priest. That's good, Polly. That's good. You shouldn't let me see a priest. Because a priest is associated with death, and you don't want me thinking about death in my state, now do you?
Advanced CPU settings, where we find...
But you told me no, Polly.
It tells us down here is to do with virtualization, and we'll change that to enabled, and as previously, go across to save and exit setup, and exit save. Greetings. In this video, we can be working with settings, to do with virtualization, and we'll change that to enabled, and as previously, go across to save and exit setup, and exit in military.
I discussed the United States with the dollar bill. That's why I'm confused.
Okay, the 915, I'm going to have to...
Right. Just a second.
Okay, the 915, I'm going to have to go and
because Windows insists on installing updates first. The bot will understand that your Windows PC randomly shuts down in the middle of, say, an important meeting, or just before a deadline when your work download this version of OS 17, booting back up rather than whichever option is closest to.
You can launch, for example, LibreOffice Writer, which is in fact the law.
Because it's got to get your take and it's talking to you. I have to control. I don't know why I have to type alone. Possibility there could be an 11th-hour deal. Is that person realistic? Do you think that there could actually be an 11th-hour deal?
I won't say it.
Location was 10-20. You can use browsers like Firefox, Chrome, Brave, at the time of the to in the context of modern computing, it becomes clear why it continues to gain popularity. People want to and then it would pass with a supermajority at City Council. So Andrew will get with you, get you a date for the City Council meeting, and you can go in there and plead your case. The mayor and the 8 council members, and then if it does not pass. 10-27. Location was 10-20.
Open catamaran. I'll be at the sleeping side on a traffic stop.
Open catamaran.
provide access to the ISO file. We're going all the way down.
Location 10-20.
And to do that, I'm going to go down here to VirtualBox and I'm going to disconnect the network adapter. Now, when we've done that, we'll get to this message because a virtual machine doesn't meet the requirements for
26 or 4 release early next year. You'll have a newer base.
And get this Jeremy to read that. He's got some stuff that's coming over here from HR, or HR from them. And get this Jeremy to read that. He's got some stuff that's coming over here from HR, or HR from them.
That.
Of the desktop, it is still a first draft. The applications of the operating the settings are very variable. You clearly see that some stuff is not animated as it should be, some stuff isn't as smooth as it should be. There are some performance problems when opening and closing apps. Not sure if it's
You're still opposite to you, right?
I don't have a product key, so we'll just say and I want to install Windows down here I've got a copy of Windows 7 running. This is a test copy of Windows 7. I think it's
process 142. We'll just type it in and explain it. We'll put in back into the home directory and somebody to help spell it. And now it's going you can find out pretty soon. Yeah, man, with the vehicle in here.
Come across or they? I'm afraid going to Hayford.
You're on the base coming across to the 40.
Copy Lincoln Road 02.
The program is to install a virtual machine. This allows you to run the operating system inside the host of the main operating system. I've got a video called How to Set Up a Virtual Machine that takes you through this. Just to show you what I've got going on here, down here I've got a copy of Windows 7. This is a test copy of Windows 7, and here I've installed, I think it's Office XP.
Should be able to on any computer without any problem.
Location 10-20.
And here I've installed operating system inside the host of the main operating system. We've now got a video called How to Set Up a Virtual Machine that takes you through this. But just to show you what I've got going on here, down here I've got running. This is a test copy of Windows 7, and I've installed XP early.
The DA confirming he used a knife to allegedly kill Nick Ryan is expected to appear in court. His lawyer says he's been accused by the jail. And we have new reporting tonight on Nick and his complicated relationship with his parents. Morgan Chesney's just off tonight at the courthouse in Los Angeles.
These are some of the most serious charges that a DA's office can bring.
I'll leave the argument. We surrendered by the jail. And we have new reporting tonight on Nick and his complicated relationship with his parents. Morgan Chesney started us off at the courthouse in Los Angeles. These are some of the most serious
So now we'll create a plugins.
Proton. You probably know this print for business cards, but did you know print everything you need to get your brand in front of fans? We print banners and signs that help your business stand out. We print postcards and flyers that get people talking. We must have merch like pens, t-shirts, and water bottles. Whether you want a few or a few thousand, we print on everything so that customers can go from noticing your brand to falling in love with it. Right now.
Homes App Store, you switch it in and just page you can must have merch, t-shirts, and water bottles. With a few or a thousand, we print on everything so that customers can go from noticing your brand customers can get 1% off new 20 you probably know this print for business cards, but did you know we print everything you need to get your brand in front of fans? We print banners and signs that help your business stand out. We print postcards and flyers that get people talking. And we print must-have merch like tote bags. The system for business cards. But did you know we print everything you need to get your brand in front of fans? We print banners and signs that help your business stand out. We print postcards and flyers that get people talking. And we print must-have merch like tote bags, t-shirts, and water bottles. Claim your 70% discount or a few thousand. Founders are so confident in their product that they are offering a 30-day money-back guarantee. No questions asked. But you have to hurry. With the need for better, faster, and affordable internet at an all-time high, more orders coming in fast. Click the link to get yours with a 70% discount. Ryoko is still in stock.
Charge dozens of Simone for millions of dollars in money.
144.
Oh shit.
Yeah, it was an office space in Texas. 2 hours. Companies have physical.
I can think of a CES guy who would pass
more when we looked at that kind of in depth several months ago. And, okay, so there's a crow or a crackle, it looks like a crow, flying in
of a desktop. It is placed first. The applications of their web settings are very bare bones, and you can clearly see that some stuff is not animated as it should be, some stuff isn't as smooth as it should be. There are also performance problems when opening and closing apps. Not sure if it's...
Fat.
A recent model, recent drivers, you should be able to run that on any computer without any problem. So to conclude on Cosmic OS, I love what they've done. It is a fantastic draft of a desktop. It is still a first draft. The applications are bare bones. The settings of the desktop are very bare bones. It is still a first draft. The applications are bare bones. The settings are very bare bones. So you can clearly see that some stuff is not animated as it should be. Some stuff isn't as smooth as it should be. There are some performance.
Location, certain dash 20.
Very exciting. Applications the set.
Negative, he's stating that it appears that one safe all the lights from the unit.
JSON security scanner. Location, certain dash 20.
And in 7 months, you captured not one, not two, not three.
Renaming complete. 2,369 files renamed.
Thank you.
Location, certain dash 20.
Negative 29 and 20.
Of a desktop, it is still a first draft. The applications are bare bones. The settings are very bare bones.
At the time,
you can clearly see that some stuff is not animated as it should be. Some stuff isn't as smooth as it should be. There are some performance problems when opening and closing apps.
Negative 5 in progress.
Thank you very much, sir. Appreciate it.
Try it and just watch what happens over the next 2 weeks. You can do what you see in the mirror without all that stuck poop draining your vitality and making you feel heavy. Seriously, this stuff really is a game changer.
We captured the moment with detainees. It happened last week at the Dallas Immigration Court when nearly a dozen people showed up to have their assignments.
Where specialized agents have access to the data and tools they need.
Please, and I'll just say, down there.
Webcams can respond to real-time access to current information.
And
Intelligent data augmentations that allows us to research
now, when we've done that, we'll get to the solution. The virtual machine doesn't be
1027.
Location, Sir 10-20. Scissors or what? Sentinel initialized. Scanning database for follow threats. Monitoring Flicker 0 SUB gateways at 433.92 MHz. Monitoring remote attack vector at 315.00 MHz. Location also 10-20. Remote attack vector at 315 MHz in progress.
For the Jammer, you have a full website.
Flipper Europeanism at 868.00. Maham Wi-Fi disruptor at 2400.00. Monitor online.
Destructive movement of left-wing extremism and said that, quote, it's part of the reason why Charlie was killed. He pledged to go after organizations on the left. The director tell it was just 3 months ago that Melissa Portman, Minnesota House Speaker, and her husband Mark were shot to death in their home in the middle of the night by a self-identified right-wing extremist and Trump supporters. When that assassination happened, the FBI released a written
because what actually makes you practical is that has nothing to do with your IP is on a free browser. Okay, any requests from the public, like a public comment on any item signed or joined is complete.
Destructive movement of left-wing extremism and said that, quote, it's part of the reason why Charlie was killed. He pledged to go after organizations on the left. The director tell it was just 3 months ago that Melissa, the Minnesota House Speaker, and her husband were shot to death in their home in the middle of the night by a self-identified organization by Trump. When that assassination happened, the FBI released
But I've enjoyed it. And it has been that way for a long while. It might seem like stupid at long time, but it's really not. It's invaluable time saved when you move to the music.
Do you explain it? Unfortunately,
I knew right away it had to be the cutting board. When I got home, I checked it. It looked clean, but deep in the grooves there were bits of old food. I smelled it, and then same I always cleaned hot water, soap, and bleach, but I found out wood cutting boards absorb juices like a sponge, trapping bacteria like E. coli and salmonella deep inside, where bleach can't even reach. I threw it out on the spot. Thankfully,
New file sorted. 17 placed in worded folders. Quarantine 0 empty folders.
Charles 83, 215 Charles 83.
MVC JSON generation complete with worded series files. Scanning.
Workflow complete with fixed JSON.
262 to Q. We're down 3-0 for now.
And my 1 minute works for now.
Reset all audio. Reset all audio. Reset all audio.
Denounced cheating and pledged to hold the killer accountable.
Reset
I
all
thank
audio.
you for that. It was clear, concise, when you consider the there were 50 mentions of the Charlie 13 and this on accounts affiliated with the FBI. Many Americans are valuing some lives more than have people. And this is what I'm hearing from
the offices of Customs and Border Protection. Our armed forces have
This quarter.
I was like, wow, this is different. That's what sets it apart.
It was signed today. Were formally classified fentanyl as a weapon of mass destruction. This is what it is. No bomb. 200,000 people die every year. They are the first warriors in the Mexican border offensive. Big deal. First, I'd like to ask Secretary Exxon, Chairman Kane to say a few words. I'd like to have Tom Homan come up, please. Say a few words. I want to thank all of the people, Pam and everybody, Stephen Miller, great Stephen Miller, what a job he's doing, for being here. Thank you both. Appreciate it very much. We have so many great people here. But I do want to ask Tom to say a few words also. So Pete, why don't you start it off, please? Thank you.
What you said, this has been a team effort from the beginning. Tom Homan, Terry Cole, Stephen Miller, Pam Bondi, Christi Nome, Customs and Border Patrol, Protection. It has been one team, one mission. 100% operational on the border. You want to talk about America First and common sense? They all manifest on one basic phrase. Border security is and we had to have 100% control, and because of these men and women back here, we achieved that. Nobody's awesome on the southern border. I want to give a big shout out to our General Guillot. From day one, Biden allowed an invasion of this country. Tens of millions of people and the military jumped to it on day one with our partners. But ultimately, it was incredible. There's 13 up here with us today. They all represent about 2,000 people. So 25,000 Americans qualify for this Mexican National Defense Border medal that we're announcing today. And what's cool about this medal, it was actually first given out in 1918. So we're reviving an old medal that existed. It was given to men and women who defended the southern border. We found out about it. We used the exact same with the exact same imagery, same colors, same everything. So our men and women will be America 100 years before we were asked to defend the South President Trump was elected to do it. Now we've done that mission. We're proud of this mission. We're proud of defending American people. And laying these medals on is an example of how important it is to us.
I want to echo your thanks and gratitude for I also want to highlight
General Pio, General Nowman, and Commander Major Johnson, but also leaders of everybody who came together, not just in our joint force, but in unity. Specifically highlight our Border Patrol teammates, our officer air and Marine teammates, who when I went down to the subject border, they were right there. I also want to thank not just these and of course, this time of the year, I'm always thinking about our currently deployed forces who are out there around the world doing our nation's business, and of course, our volunteers and showers as they move forward after the loss of the service. So thank you, Mr. President.
Great gifts like these earbuds shouldn't show up late. That's sparklycon.com/open. The links are below in the description too.
It's always a lot of
the story.
The greatest president of my lifetime.
At the same time,
yes,
without fixing the basics, the company began pushing AI into every
I just got home last night.
Install a virtual
I
machine.
toured Arizona, Texas.
And this allows you to run against the operating system inside the host of the main operating system. The video port as a set of virtual machines.
Not a single one.
Down here, I've got
I've done this since 1984.
running. This is a test
I worked for
Windows 7
presidents. He was the most secure of this nation. I went hundreds of miles of border, didn't see one illegal alien. Incredible. Consider the Biden administration had 10, 12,000 a day. I'm already proud of being right off the president. I met some soldiers down there. Actually, so look, this is a game changer. I love that something. We attack sometimes.
There could be another hour deal. Is that person being realistic? Do you think that there could actually be more than that deal there?
31% of women who make that deal through hotels get sexually assaulted. They get not just the women, children too. I've done numerous investigations on that. Sex trafficking was historically open word. Fentanyl, historically as a code. No respect to terrorists get across the board. Now that the border is 96% less people coming, how many women are being raped? How many children are dying making that journey? How many women and children aren't being sex trafficked in this country every day? How many known suspected terrorists are just walking across that border? President Trump and this administration is saving thousands of lives every month. Hard stop. That's just a stone cold fact. I'm just proud to be a part of this. I work with Steve Miller every day. Steve Miller is one of the most brilliant people I met in my entire life. President Trump brought together one hell of a team. We're working together as one team. We're not done yet. We're going to keep going. And I guarantee you we'll continue saving thousands of locations. Secured border is strong national security. Secured border saving.
Silence trimming completed. Processed 3,000.
Is to install virtual machine. And here I've installed three virtual bots. This allows you to run a guest operating system inside the host of the main operating system. I've set up a virtual machine with but to show you what I've got going on, down here I've got Windows 7, it's a test of Windows 7, and here I've installed
is not working for people. You've got to present a bigger vision, and I think the box on both your houses is going to come up with primers. Carl, let me get your take. In talking to a White House official, I was told, look, don't rule out the possibility that there could be an 11th hour deal. Is that person being realistic? Do you think that there could actually be an 11th hour deal here?
You can understand why it would happen.
Congratulations, it's an amazing job. Come on around. Take a good picture.
You can understand why it would happen.
However, some people
you deserve it. So I'm going to give you another medal that may be more beautiful. I don't think it means as much, but it's really good. Okay? This is gun medal. This is the one the military loves.
And give you that information. It seems like that's pressure control of information, and it's a serious crime.
I can agree with you. We've been very public about asking.
That's pretty good. That means something.
Well, I'm sure the woman will come forward to special
I can't comment.
I think you'll like it. Special. Thank you very much, everybody. It's an honor. This is a fantastic moment. Mr. Gore. And well, we want to make our country with that and the beautiful words that I said, right? The beautiful words. Talk about patriotism and all of the good things that I said they didn't say that, but they put terrible words. They actually have me speaking with words that I never said. Hello. And they got caught
because I believe somebody at BBC said this is so bad it has to be reviewed. Let's go figure this. It wouldn't be filed, but it's probably good afternoon. I want to thank all of you for being here. If you have any pleasures, I guess you with us, but this is really a day of celebration for these warriors. Really we'll see what happens. Hopefully they're going to capture this animal. Hopefully they're going to capture it. We're doing a good job of with Charlie, with various times this has happened. They've done it, and pretty much record done. But we have to ask the say a little bit more about that, because this was a school problem. They had their own guards, they had their own police, they had their own everything. You'd have to ask that question to the school, not to the FBI. We came in after the fact, and the FBI will do a good job, but they came in after the fact.
Mr. President?
No, they don't know that.
Drugs. Is it accurate that you are considering an executive order to reclassify marijuana as a controlled?
We are considering because a lot of people want to see it reclassification because it leads to tremendous amounts of research and can't be done unless you reclassify. So we are looking at that very strongly. You took out Iran. We wiped out with that plane right there. We wiped out the nuclear bomber. We wiped out the Iran nuclear threat, and because of that, we were able to make peace in the Middle East. No, we had a very good relationship with Israel. We actually have a very good relationship with just about everybody in the Middle East. I really have some
Do you still have confidence in the Syria?
I do. I mean, this had nothing to do with him. There's a part of Syria that they really don't have much control over. And it was a surprise. He feels very badly about it. He's working on it. He's a strong man. And this had nothing to do with the Syrian government. This had to do with ISIS. As a response, they'll be hit hard, yeah.
Possibly take you back to college.
We just had a good one in Honduras, as you know. A good election there. I endorsed somebody that was not he won the election.
It's called
the sideways generator. A couple of hours ago, I found out in Chile the person I endorsed, who was not leading, ended up winning quite easily. So I look forward to paying my respects. So my he's a very good person. Yeah.
Mr. President, just certified that a number of federal agencies, and now going into 2026, there's new regulators like the SEC, the CFTC, that are going to steal Democrats. Do you plan to pay Democrats to fill those under spots, or do you think that federal agencies shouldn't have Democrat commissioners?
Well, do you think they would be appointing Republicans if we're up to that? So, we'll look at it. Look, we want to be fair, but typically they're not appointing Republicans. You're asking me the question whether or not I appoint Democrats. But there are certain areas that we do look at, and there are certain areas that we do share, and share power, and I'm open to that.
A number of Republicans have denounced your statement or stand by that.
I wasn't a fan of his at all. He was a deranged person as far as Trump is concerned. He liked the newer, so false. In fact, it's the exact opposite, that I was a friend of Russia, controlled by Russia. He was Russia Hooks, one of the people behind it. I think he hurt himself career-wise. Well, I think they should get rid of Bruce Lee because as Republican president, I am unable to put anybody in office having to do with U.S. attorneys, having to do with judges. In other words, if you have one, not two, you don't need two, just one. You have one Democrat senator in the state. It is not possible to appoint, because of blue slips, a judge. It's not possible to appoint a U.S. attorney. You see that happen. And I think it's a disgrace. I think blue slips are a disgrace. They've long since, they should not be relevant anymore. This is a different world than it was 15 years ago. That was a gentleman and gentlewoman world. This is a little different, unfortunately. Yeah, I'd like to see money. I'd like to see all of the money that's going to the Democrat insurance companies. The insurance companies are making fortunes. They're up 1,700% and more, and they're taking in hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of billions of dollars, even trillions of dollars. And Obamacare gives you just so you understand, Obamacare is set up, and I said it right from the beginning, for the benefit of the health insurance companies. They're making billions and billions of dollars, and stock is through the roof. I don't want anything. I want all the money going to the people, and let the people buy their own health care. It'll be unbelievable. They'll do a great job. They'll get much better health care at a much lower cost.
Republicans next year to help their exactly
knocked out the filibuster. It would all go away, but we have a few people who can do that. It's crazy. We should knock out the filibuster. And if you did that, we'd get voter ID. You'd have no mail-in voting. All things that make our elections dishonest. And you get without having anything to do with it. But Republicans should knock out the filibuster. We should approve a lot of things. We would have January 30th looming. The 30th of January looming. You know that. And if we knocked out the filibuster, it would be just a simple approval. But you have some Republicans, they're unable to explain why. If you ask them why, they're unable to explain. They get out of the debate. But they should knock out the filibuster. And frankly, they should get rid of the We had a great election. We won every single swing state. We won the popular vote. We won everything. And there's a thing that they have now, districts, which is a big deal. I think in a way it's the most important stat from the standpoint of, looking at numbers accurately. So out of thousands of districts, I won 2,750 versus 520. 2,750 versus 550. That's why the map, when you see a map of the election, it's all red, other than two little narrow lines on the other side.
That person being realistic? Do you think that they're going to
consider his release?
You can understand why it would happen.
He's an older man and he's not well, so I did put that request out. We'll see what happens. Okay? And they met with those people that I called out before the various countries, plus so much.
He didn't like that shit.
They want to see it end, kid. They want to see it end. I want to see it end. They want to see it end. I actually think that President Putin wants to see it end. Good talks with Russia. And I think I'd like to get back to
the host of the
So you have, well, the only lost, to be honest, the territory is lost. But in terms of security guarantee, we're working with Europe on it. Europe would be a big part of it. And we're working on security guarantee set up. We don't want to have a war set up again. You know, with Thailand and Cambodia, two people I get along with great. And I dealt with them and I called them and I said, look, guys, you gotta relax, you gotta take it easy. They must, they're studying it and I got it ended. And things like that happen in war. There's nothing pretty about war, nothing good, and there's nothing you can do to predict what's going to happen. But I think we've made a lot of progress with respect to Russia and Ukraine. I hope. Last month it was close to 27,000 soldiers were killed, mostly soldiers. 27,000 people, but mostly soldiers were killed last month in Russia versus Ukraine.
Is there a time limit on security guarantees?
Well, there's no time limit. The time limit is when we get it done. We're going to try to get it done. We're making progress. It's more difficult than anybody could have thought. I would have said that half of the wars that I got settled, some were going for over 30 years. Half of them should have been more difficult than they actually have been. I'm just like,
I'm sorry, Mr. President. I mean, there's troops still in Syria over the weekend. Why do we have troops in Syria?
Because we're trying to make sure that there's going to be peace at the least, and Syria is a big part of it. The new leader is a strong person, and that's what you need. This is a rough part of the world, and it's been amazing what's taken place in Syria. We got rid of Assad, we got rid of other people who were really bad people, and they went the way of peace and legitimate peace. We first had it 3,000 years, and we're 59 countries backing it. And we'll see what happens with Iraq, we'll see what happens with Hezbollah. Seemingly going well, but it's that shouldn't have happened. We appreciate them working to get it straightened out, and they have. The security protocols yesterday were amazing, and they have been amazing.
Now at Whataburger, location $4, 5 free Whataburger chicken bites for $4, or bacon cheese Whataburger Junior for $5. Add fries and a drink for $1 more. So really at Whataburger, the app.
Poland, Norway, Denmark, and the Netherlands. We had very long and very good talks. And again, I think things are going along pretty well. 27,000 soldiers were killed last month. But it did, and we're trying to get it solved with the situation we're trying to those conversations with President Russia, and I think we're closer now than we have ever. We sell equipment to NATO. We don't spend any money, but we do want to see we can save a lot of lives. When you're losing 25,000 to 30,000 soldiers, mostly soldiers, other people too, from towns, and like places like Kiev, various other places throughout Ukraine. It's pretty bad. Nobody's seen anything like it, actually, since World War II. But we're getting closer. We're having tremendous support from European leaders. They want to get it ended also. And at this moment, Russia wants to get it ended. The problem is they'll want to get it ended, and then all of a sudden they won't, and Ukraine will want to get it ended, and all of a sudden they won't. So we have to get them in the same page. I think that's working along very good. When they want to make the street, they keep on making it this formation necessary to protect the homeland. And today, we're here to honor the ended agreement with their central role in the protection of our border. We went from having millions of people going over our border to having none in the last 8 months. None. In a few moments, we'll officially recognize this service by awarding them the Mexican Border Defense Medal, which is a big deal. We're joined for this occasion by Secretary of War Pete Hicks, Location 13-20, Chairman of the Commander of U.S. Command General Gregory Gil, Commander of the Southern Border Task Force, Major General Scott Noman, Command Sergeant Major Brett Johnson of the U.S. Army's 10th Mountain Division, Administrator of the Drug Enforcement Agency, Terry Cole, and many other members of our administration have done an incredible job on the border. You know, people forget now that the border has been secure for Can you imagine the border? They're the ones that are bringing the prices down. We're giving us inflation. Some countries say something, we're bringing the prices down. Quickly, energy is coming way down, and if you look, gasoline prices are hitting in many locations $1.99 a gallon. You can see that $4, $5, and $6 a gallon under Biden. In the 4 years before I took office, our southern border was surrendered to criminals, drug cartels, human traffickers, and child smugglers. Our entire southwest border, Mexican side, is under the physical control of cartels that are among the most violent entities. Nobody's ever been anywhere on the planet, the most violent people on the planet. The Democrats and others say that the people they're allowing into our country, immigrants, are nice people. They're not violent like our people. Well, they like babies. Some of them are the most violent criminals anywhere from many countries, not just Venezuela. Venezuela emptied their jails in this country, but others have also. The Congo, so many other countries have.
And we need also
to help with it. I have to say the drugs coming in by sea are down 94%. We're trying to figure out who the other 6% are, but they're down 94%. Started hitting getting them on land, which is a lot easier to do, frankly. These are direct military threat to the United States of America and to drug out our country. And you can look throughout history. Look at China when they were loaded up with drugs. They were suffering greatly, and others were able to take them over.
When I got home, I
countries also trying to drug out our country.
with the
help of our great service and stop the invasion and destruction, dismantling the cartels, declared enemies of the United States of America. Legally declared more than 25,000 warriors have served in this operation. Indeed, incredible and historic operation. We've never done anything so effectively, and we've had a lot of victories. We've spent night and day enduring scorching hot, giving up their holidays and their weekends, working with the officers of Customs and Border Protection. Officers have already completed 13,000 along the way. Today we give these great warriors the recognition that they have earned. The military component of our border security efforts since the beginning were also designated the drug cartels as such a big deal from a political standpoint and military. We ended catch and release as we ensured that anyone who successfully across our border illegally intercepted, arrested, and immediately reported, or until really bad in prison, because we don't want to ever take a chance. As we know, brought into the lowest level ever recorded in the history of our country. The history of our country, we're all very proud. Past 710, illegal aliens have been admitted to the United States. We inherited the worst border in the history of our country, one of the worst borders, I would say, in the world. I can't imagine any border in the world being worse when they allowed 25 million people to come in. And again, many of these people are gang members and prisons and jails, from mental institutions and insane asylums. And some of the worst people on earth they allowed to come into our country. We're getting a lot of them out. We made a big stand. And self-deportation is something that we talk about. Millions of people come to the border because they don't want to get out. Once the captain is in the inheritance of that border from an incompetent administration that turned it into the strongest border in the history of our country. It took the worst border in the history of our country, and in a period of 2 months, we turned it into the strongest border in the history of our country. During this time, we've also achieved a 50% drop in the amount of fentanyl coming across the border, and China's working with us very closely and bringing down the number and the amount of fentanyl that's being shipped. You know, fentanyl is very bad and affects greatly, but it's also a very important medicine. Anesthesia.
For over 100 years, this company has made suicidal actions.
Our number is not satisfactory, but it was and in May, executed the largest fentanyl bust in the history of the U.S., exceeding 3 million fentanyl pills all at one time. Think of that, 3 million pills amounted to billions of dollars worth of drugs. And last month we seized another 1.7 million fentanyl pills in the state of Colorado, the poorly run state of Colorado, with a governor who's incompetent. And frankly, with a governor that won't allow our wonderful teenagers to come out of jail, in a high-intensity jail, because we caught people cheating on an election, and they said she was cheating. She wasn't cheating. She went out to look at one of the election scams going on. And because she did that, they put her in jail for 9 years.
To install drivers,
the governor of Colorado was a weekend was run by Trent criminals from Venezuela took over sections of Colorado. He was afraid to do anything, but he put her in jail for 9 years because she caught people cheating. And when she walked over and got involved in it, they said she was cheating. She wasn't cheating. She caught people cheating in the election. Along with a lot of other people cheated in that election. But there's no doubt that America's adversaries are trafficking fentanyl into the United States of America. One of the wars that been killed over the last 5 or 6 years per year, 200 to 300,000 people. You hear about 100,000, which is a lot of people, but the number has been killed, and they've destroyed a lot of families. Because when they lose a child, or even if their child is really addicted, they lose that family. That's why today I'm taking one more step from the scourge of deadly fentanyl putting into our country. With this historic executive order, I will sign today for formally classifying fentanyl as a weapon of mass destruction, which is what it is. No bomb does what this is doing. 200 to 300,000 people die every year that we know of. So we're formally classifying fentanyl as a weapon of mass destruction. Before I sign the fentanyl order, we will pit these great service members with their medals. And here today are the first 13 warriors who will receive the Mexican Border Defense Medal. It's a big deal. Secretary Heath and Chairman Kane to say a few words. I'd like to have Tom Homan come up, please, if you would, say a few words. And I want to thank all of the people, Ham and everybody, Stephen Miller, what job he's doing. Thank you both. Appreciate it very much. We have so many people here, but I do want to stop and say a few words also, so people are understanding that.
Everything you need to get your brand. And you see right here that we have standards. Every time I restart the service,
on day one, our department didn't look at the board before. We also released Joe Biden allowed an invasion of this country. Tens of millions of people, drugs, gangs, violence, and the military jumped to it on day one with our partners. Ultimately, it was incredible Americans. There's 13 up here with us today. They'll represent about 2,000 people who've served at the border so far. So 25,000 Americans qualify for this Mexican National Defense Border medal that we're announcing today. And what's cool about this medal, it was actually first given out in 1918. So we're reviving an old medal that existed. It was given to men and women who defended the southern border. We found out about it, used the exact same foundry, the exact same imagery, same color, same metal, same everything. So our men and women will be wearing that same medal as America 100 years before, who asked to defend the sovereignty of our country. President Trump was elected to do that. You've done that, Mr. President. We're proud of defending our country. And pinning these medals on is an example of how important it is to us.
Mr. Secretary, I want to echo your thanks and gratitude for trying to not just
but in the class specifically highlight John office of when I went down to the southern border to visit, they were right there next to the joint force. I also want to thank not just these 13 individuals, but the joint force that was also down there and your families who poured in to make this deployment possible on the southern border. And of course, this time of the year, I'm always thinking about our currently deployed forces who are out there around the world doing our nation's business, and of course our fallen and their families who show us what courage and tenacity really are as they move forward after the loss of a service member. Mr. President, thank you, Mr. Secretary.
There's various things that can be done here, so which I'll return to later in the video. But the critical one is that if you have an NVIDIA graphics card, and on this computer is
it's always an honor for me to be in the office with the greatest president of my life. Yes, I said this to Arizona, Texas. I've been forward drive. Hundreds of miles of border, didn't see one illegal
I don't remember when I found out about it, but I did.
During the Biden administration, we had 10, 12,000 a day, most released in the United States. I'm proud to be with these papers behind me. I'm already proud to be here with Office of the President.
You've got to present a bigger vision, and I met some of your soldiers down on the border.
So look, this is a game changer. Is that being realistic? Do you think there could actually be 11-hour deal? It's a bunch of crap.
You could understand
because there's been studies done, 31% of women that make that journey through the cartels get sexually assaulted. They get raped. And not just women, children too. I've done numerous investigations on it. Sex trafficking, all it was historic highs in the open border. Fentanyl, historic highs occurred for 250,000 Americans. No specter terrorists came across the border. What happened with the Biden administration was the most inhumane thing I've seen in my lifetime. Now that the border is 96% decline, 96% less people coming, how many women aren't being raped? How many children aren't dying making that journey? How many women and children aren't being sex trafficked into this country every day? How many known suspected terrorists aren't just walking across that border? President Trump and this administration is saving thousands of lives every day.
I'm in here.
For what?
Well, there's
kitchen cleaning, decor, woods and carpets, and floors, food and candy, toys and games, health and beauty, household names, patio and garden deals, outdoor arts and crafts.
Thank Stephen Miller is right back in the audience. I love watching him. Let's have him come up. Maybe not his truest feelings. Stephen, thank you for doing an unbelievable job. And the people of this country love you, and they love you. Save that crime and stopping crime. So now I'd like to ask
reality that thousands of wake up every single day thinking not about themselves but about the world and keeping every single children. I would like to hear from you about what the FBI is doing in your
But it is very much a photograph in all of it. We're going to talk about everything that comes with offers. When I think about it, also I think about OS, which is the main vessel. And we'll also talk about hospitals.
What the president at the time decided executive orders like you were doing that put in law a light touch to the enemy.
None.
And the result
We don't like that kind of shit. We don't like that kind of shit. How about gathering around and we'll decide. Congratulations. Come on around. We'll take a good picture.
Disagree with that. He wants lower rates that a federal government not so very well.
Now, what we've done now,
maybe more beautiful. I'm not sure it means as much. That's really good. Okay. This is gun better. This is the one the military loves. So just it's pretty nice. Want to compare it? Let me see. Compare it. Let me see how it looks. I don't know. That looks pretty good. That means something. Program.
And here I've installed to and this allows you to run the operating system inside the host operating system. Running. It's a test copy of Windows 7, and here I've installed, I think it's Office XP.
Come on over here, come there. That's 4 sets up big.
Governor Dan McKee, Councilman John
Come on over here, give them this, you know, it's always in way general. It is thank you very much, everybody.
Today, it's important to have because we do have to
the update on the board they will have open borders. Millions of people, 25 million people, probably more than are pouring into a border. Totally unchecked, and that's the opposite. And well, and one thing about that's a problem. And they know that. They know they're not getting it, so now they're using drugs. So one of them talks about the race is the death, and one problem is it out. Because Ryan goes, so we will be bringing that lawsuit. A lot of people are asking when you bring that lawsuit. Even the media can't believe that one. They actually put terrible words in my mouth having to do with January 6th that I didn't say. And the beautiful words that I said, right? The beautiful words. Talking about patriotism and all the good things that I said they didn't say that, but they put terrible words. They actually have me speaking with the words that I said. And they got a call. Because the BBC said, this is so bad, it has to be reported. I want to thank all of you for being here. I guess you could have, this is really a great celebration. we'll see what happens. Hopefully they're going to capture this animal and they're going to capture it. So far we've done a very good job of doing it. Charlie and various times this has happened, they've done it in pretty much record time. I think we have to ask the school a little bit more about that, because this is a problem. They had their own guards, they had their own police, they had their own everything, but you have to ask the question really to the school, not to the FBI. They came in after the fact, and the FBI will do a good job, but they came in after the fact.
Do you know it was targeted, Mr. President?
No, they don't know that yet, no.
Sir, on the issue of drugs, is it accurate that you are considering an executive order to classify
because a lot of people want to see it in classification because it leads to tremendous amounts of research that can't be done unless you reclassify. So we are looking at that very strongly.
Mr. President, is it true that the reports that you reviewed the Prime Minister on the report that you briefed the Israeli Prime Minister for the hit of Hamas General true, and is Israel undermining your efforts to be a peacemaker?
Israel and I have my relationship with Bibi Netanyahu has been obviously very good. Look, we took out Iran, we wiped out, with that plane right there, we wiped out the B-2 bomber, we wiped out the Iran nuclear threat, and because of that, we were able to make peace in the Middle East. So we've had a very good relationship with Israel. We actually have a very good relationship with just about everybody in the Middle East. And we're going to have to see, we're looking into that. Yeah, we're looking. He feels very dead. He's working on it. He's a strong man. And no, this had nothing to do with the Syrian government. This had to do with ISIS. As a response, we'll be in our
elections. This right-wing the Spanish war is due to your influence?
Well, we just had a good one in Honduras, as you know. Had a great election there. I endorsed somebody that was not leading, and he won the election. We had a good one just a couple of hours ago. I found out in Chile, the person I endorsed, who was not leading, ended up winning quite easily. So I look forward to paying my respects to him. He was a very good person. Yeah.
Mr. President, last year you fired Democrats from a number of federal agencies. Now going into 2026, there are some key regulators like the SEC, CCPD that are going to have zero Democrats. Do you plan to appoint Democrats to fill those empty spots, or do you think that federal agencies should have Democrat commissioners?
Or do you think they would be appointing Republicans to them? We want to be fair. Typically, they're not appointing Republicans, so you're asking me the question whether or not I'd appoint Democrats. But there are certain areas that we look at, and there are certain areas that we do share, and share power, and I will do that.
Do you stand by that post?
Well, I wasn't a fan of his at all. He was a deranged person as far as the concerned. He said, let a do response. That's the exact opposite. I was a friend of Russia. I've been told by Russia. He knows the Russian was one of the people behind it. I think he hurt himself in career-wise. Like a derangement syndrome. So I was not a fan of Robert Reiner at all in any way, shape, or form. I thought he was very bad.
Leader who doesn't seem like he wants to get Bruce Lips, will there be consequences for the state?
Well, I think they should get Bruce Lips because as a Republican president, I am unable to put anybody in office having to do with U.S. attorneys or having to do with judges. In other words, if you have one, not two, you don't need two, just one. If you have one Democrat senator, where we have a lot of them, you have one Democratic senator in a state, it is not possible to appoint, because of blue slips, a judge. It's not possible to appoint a U.S. attorney. You see that happening. And I think it's a disgrace. Blue slips are a disgrace. Since it should not be relevant anymore.
Object in this
total of going to the Democrat, the insurance companies, they're up 1,700% and more, and they're taking in hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of billions of dollars, even trillions of dollars. And Obamacare gives you terrible health care. Just so you understand, Obamacare was set up, and I said it right from the beginning, for the benefit of the health insurance companies, of the insurance companies. They're making billions and billions of dollars as stock is through the roof. I don't want to give anything. I want all money going to the people and let the people buy their own health care. It'll be unbelievable. They'll do a great job. They'll get much better health care at a much lower cost. Crazy people should not have if we did that, you'd get voter ID, you'd have no mail-in voting, all things that make our elections dishonest, and you get a lot of other things having not even to do with voting. But Republicans should knock out the filibuster, and we should approve a lot of things. You wouldn't have January 30th looming, because you have the 30th of January looming, and if we knock out the filibuster, it would be just a simple approval. You have some Republicans, they're unable to explain why. You ask them why, you're unable to explain. They cannot win the debate, but they should knock out the filibuster. And frankly, they should I won that election. That's interesting. When I'm not running, we don't do as well. I'm going to try and get that changed for the midterms. But we did have a big win in Tennessee, as you know. Mac Van Epps had a big win. It's a very strong candidate. A lot of people hope to do very well, and Matt won by a lot. Tennessee by a real lot. We had a great election. We won every single swing state. We won the popular vote. We won everything. And so the thing that they have in our districts, which is a big deal, I think in a way it's sad from the standpoint of, looking at numbers. So out of thousands of districts, I won 2,750 versus 525. Think of that, 2,750 versus 525. It was great. That's why the map, when you see a map of the election, it's all red, other than two little narrow lines on the other side. I feel so bad. I spoke to President Xi about it, and I asked people that I called out before the various countries, plus some others. They want to see it end. They want to see it end. I want to see it end. They want to see it end. I actually think that President Putin wants to see it end. Good talks. We've had good talks with Russia. And I think they'd like to get back to a more normal way of life.
Mr. President, while up there, an Article 5 deal seems to be emerging without NATO membership for Ukraine. If such a security guarantee is offered, what incentive is there for Ukraine to give them any sort of territory?
Well, look, you have, they've already lost the territory, to be honest. I mean, if the territory is lost, but security guarantee, we're working with Europe on it. Europe would be a big part of it. And we're working on the security guarantee so the war doesn't start up again. We don't want to have a war start up again. As I said, with Thailand and Cambodia, people I get along with great. And I dealt with them and I called them and I said, look, fellas, relax, I'm going to take it easy. They lost. They said, and I got it ended.
And set that up.
And things like that are going to happen in war. Nothing pretty about war, nothing good, and there's nothing you can do to predict what's going to happen. But I think we made a lot of progress with respect to Russia. I would have said that half of the wars that I got settled, some were going for over 30 years, that half of them should have been more difficult than they actually haven't been. There was a lot of disagreement between the two leaders.
Go directly to Putin? On Syria, Mr. President, on the U.S. troops still in Syria over the weekend. Why do we have troops in Syria?
We're trying to
operating system.
The Syria is a part of the new leader is a strong person, and that's what you need. This is a rough part of the world.
Down here,
it's been amazing what's taken place in Syria. We got rid of Assad. We got rid of other people that were really bad people and that were in the way of peace in the Middle East. We have legitimate peace in the Middle East, first time in 3,000 years, and we have 59 countries backing it. And we'll see what happens with Hamas. We'll see what happens with Hezbollah. Seemingly going well, but it's been for a long time. Poland, Norway, Denmark, and the Netherlands. We had very strong,
short period of time that we're talking about just started the 29th of September.
Pretty well. 27,000 soldiers were killed last month. So here we go. Never ever started. We did. We tried to get some Biden's situation in time. And I think we're closer now than we have been ever. And we'll see what we can do. We'll save a lot of lives. We sell equipment to NATO. We don't spend any money, but we do want to see if we can save a lot of lives. When you're losing 25,000 to 30,000 soldiers, mostly soldiers, other people too, from towns, and like places like Kiev, various other places throughout Ukraine, it's pretty bad. Nobody's seen anything like it, actually, since World War II. But we're getting closer. We're having tremendous support from European leaders. They want to get it ended also. And at this moment, Russia wants to get it ended. The problem is they'll want to get it ended, and then all of a sudden they won't, and Ukraine will want to get it ended, and all of a sudden they won't. So we have to get them on the same page, but I think that's working along. Very good talk. On day one of my administration, I signed an executive order making it core mission of the United States military to protect and defend the homeland, and today we're here to honor our military men and women for their central role in the protection of our border, something that very, very strongly, and they make me look really good. They made us all look good. We want to millions of people less officially recognize the service by awarding them order defense medal. We're joined for this occasion by Secretary Heath, Attorney General Pam Bondi, Chairman of the Joint Chiefs, General Dan King, Commander of U.S. Northern Command, General Gill, Commander of the Southern Border Task Force, Major General Scott Noman, Command Sergeant Major Brett Johnson of the U.S. Army's 10th Mountain Division, Administrator of the Drug Enforcement Agency, and many of the members of our administration who have done an incredible job on the border. You know, people forget now that the border is don't mention the border anymore. It's over 40 billion. We want to raise the prices that we get this inflation. We're bringing those people and they're coming down. Energy is coming way down. Gasoline prices are getting in many locations $1 our southern border was surrendered to criminals, cartels, human traffickers, child smugglers. Our entire southern border of the Mexican side is under physical control of cartels that are among the most violent enemies. Nobody's ever anywhere in the planet. The most violent people on the planet. Remember when the Democrats and others, the radical left, used to say that the people they're allowing into our country, immigrants, are nice people. They're not violent like our people. Well, they make our people look like babies. These are some of the most violent criminals anywhere on earth. From many countries, not just Venezuela. Venezuela emptied their jails into our country. But others have also. The Congo has. So many other countries have. And we don't put up with it. I have to say the drugs coming in by sea are down 94%. And we're trying to figure out who the other 6% are. They're down 94%, and we're going to start hitting them on land, which is a lot easier to do, frankly. But these are a direct military threat to the United States of America. They're trying to drug out our country. And you can look throughout history. Look at China when they were loaded up with drugs and suffering. Others were able to take it over. Other countries are trying to work on our country. We're reversing that rapidly. But with the help of our great service members, the invasion of Iraq, we are dismantling the cartels very rapidly. Being declared enemies of the United States of America. Have been so declared, legally declared. More than 25,000 warriors have served in this historic operation. It is indeed an incredible and historic operation. And we've never done anything so effective. We've had a lot of victories. They've spent night and day enduring scorching hot and bitter cold, and they've given up their holidays over weekends, working with the officers of Customs and Border Protection. Our armed forces have already conducted nearly 13,000 patrols along the border, and today we give these great warriors the recognition that they have earned, and they have really earned it. They military component of our border security efforts is just the beginning. We're also designating the drug cartels as foreign terrorist organizations, a big deal from a legal standpoint and military standpoint. We've ended catch and release, and we endured and ensured.
From hard hats to steel-toed boots, Granger's got your safety needs covered. Literally. Shop Granger's vast inventory of safety products. Call and stop by. Granger for the ones anytime.
The legal border crossings have plummeted to the lowest levels of customs and recorded in the history of our armed forces. The history of our country. 13,000 patrols. For the past 7 months, zero illegal aliens have been permitted to the United States of America. We're the worst border in the history of our country, one of the worst borders, I would say, in the world. I can't imagine any border when they allowed 25 million people to come in. And again, many of these people are gang members and prisons and jails, from mental institutions and insane asylums. And some of the worst people on earth they allowed to come into our country. We're getting a lot of them out. We've made a big dent. And the self-deportation is something nobody talks about. Literally millions of people are self-deported because they don't want to be captured. Once they're captured, they don't have a chance to self-deport. They never have a chance to come back out. Inherited their border from an incompetent administration and turned it into the strongest border in the history of our country. So we took the worst border in the history of our country, and in a period of 2 months, turned it into the strongest border in the history of our country. During this time, we've also achieved a 50% drop in the amount of fentanyl coming from China is working with us very closely and bringing down the number and the amount of fentanyl that's being shipped. You know, fentanyl is very bad when you mix it with certain ingredients, but it also is anesthesias, various other things. More people understand those that made not necessarily for bad, but with certain things it becomes bad. And that's what's taking place in Mexico. And we've got it down to much slower now than not satisfactory, but it will be satisfactory soon. In May, we executed the largest history of the U.S. 3 million fentanyl pills all at one time. Think of that. 3 million pills. Amounting to billions of dollars worth of drugs. Last month we seized another 1.7 million fentanyl pills in the state of Colorado, the poorly run state of Colorado, with a governor who's incompetent, and frankly with a governor that won't allow our wonderful Tina to come out of a jail, a city jail, because she caught people cheating on an election, and they said she was cheating. She wasn't cheating. She went over, she looked at one of the election scams going on, and because she did that, they put her in jail for 9 years. The governor of Colorado is a weak and pathetic man who's run by Trende and the criminals from all sections of Colorado. It's Tina in jail for 9 years because she taught people cheating. And when she walked over and got involved in it, they said she was cheating. She wasn't cheating. She caught people cheating on the election, 2020. Well, there's a lot of other people that cheated on that election. You'll see that coming out more and more. But there's no doubt that Americans adversaries are trafficking fentanyl into the United States in part because they want to kill Americans. If this were a war, that would be one of the worst wars I believe they killed over the last 5 or 6 years per year, 200 to 300,000 people. Here about 100,000 but the destroy a lot of families. If you lose a child, a child is heavily addicted, you lose that family. The family will never be the same. That's why today I'm taking one of the first steps to protect Americans from scourge of deadly fentanyl flooding into our country. This historic executive order I will sign today legally classified fentanyl as a weapon of mass destruction, which is what it is. No bomb does what this is doing.
And salmonella.
200 to 300,000 people die every year.
I felt sick.
That we know of.
On the spot. Thankfully, my husband recovered, but I knew we needed a safer option. A few weeks later, we were having dinner at my husband's
before scientific method of water, we did these great service members with their medals.
Preventive maintenance.
And here today on the first European water received the next This is a big deal. Chairman, Dane, say if you would, I'd have Tom Holman come up, please, if you would. I want to thank you, and everybody, Stephen Miller, being here. Thank you, brother. Appreciate it. We have so many great people here, but I do want to ask Tom to say a few words also. So, Pete, why don't you start it off, please? Thank you.
Mr. President, thank you. I would echo what you said. This has been a team effort from the beginning. Tom Holman, Terry Cole, Christi known, Customs and Border Patrol, Protection. It has been one team to get 100%. First, peace through strength and common sense. It all manifests in one basic phrase down there. Border security is national security. And we had the task of 100% control, and because of these men and women back here, we've achieved that. Nobody is crossing the southern border. I want to give a big shout out to our military command, General Bio. From day one, our department didn't look at the border this way. I allowed an invasion of this country. Tens of millions of people, drugs, gangs, violence. Our military jumped to it on day one with our partners. So I don't represent 80% So 25,000 of all my relatives are Mexican National Defense Network announcing it's cool about this metal. It was actually first given out in 1980. So we're reviving an old metal that existed. It was given to men and women who defended the southern border. We found out about it. We used the exact same foundry. With the exact same imagery, same color, same metal, same everything. So our men and women will be wearing that very same metal. Americans 100 years before who were asked to defend the sovereignty of our country. President Trump was elected to do that. You have done that, Mr. President. We're proud of this mission. We're proud to defend the American people. And as a one, to remember how important it is to us. Thank you, Mr. President.
Here you go, Warren.
Mr. President, Mr. Secretary, I want to echo your thanks and gratitude for the joint force. I also want to highlight General Leo, General Nauman, and Command Sergeant Major Johnson, but also leaders at every level that came together, not just in our joint force, but in the interagency. And I want to specifically highlight our Border Patrol teammates and our Office of Air and Marine teammates who, when I went down to the southern border and visited, were right there next to the joint force. I also want to thank not just these 13 individuals, but the joint force that was also down there, and your families to make this deployment possible on the southern border. And of course, this time of year, I'm always thinking about our friendship with the Indian realistic nation's business, and of course our fallen warriors to show us what courage and tenacity really are as they move forward after the loss of service members. So thank you, Mr. President. Thank you,
It's always an honor for me to be in office with the greatest president of my lifetime. Yes, I said it, and I meant it. I just got home last night. I toured the border in California, Arizona, and Texas. I did it in four-wheel drive. I did it from the...
For over 100 years, Cantwell Mattress Company has made two-sided mattresses. Some of the benefits of a two-sided mattress are you can flip the mattress, turn it over, and it has time to rejuvenate itself. You can't well sleep without a Cantwell mattress.
Especially when you're working 10 minutes out. That is a game of function of the day.
Wonderfully.
So look, this is a game changer. I want to make something perfectly clear, because we get attacked all the time being inhumane, the Biden administration, because there's studies that 31% of women in cartels get sexually assaulted. They get raped. And not just women, children too. I've done numerous investigations in that.
Hello.
Sex trafficking was a historic high with the open border. Fentanyl is still kill a quarter million
CPU settings.
No respect to those that came across the border.
It tells us down here it's to do with virtualization, and we'll change that to
what happened during the Biden administration
previously
was not any one thing. Now that the border is 96% decline, 96% less people coming, how many women are being raped? How many children aren't dying making that journey? How many women and children aren't being sex trafficked into this country today? How many known suspected terrorists aren't just walking across that border? President Trump and this administration is saving thousands of lives every month. Hard stop. That's just a stone cold fact. I'm just proud to be a part of this. I work with Steve Miller every day. Steve Miller is one of those people I've met in my entire life. President Trump put together one hell of a team. Successful. We all working together, one team, one fight. We're not done yet. We're going to keep going. And I guarantee you, we can continue saving thousands and thousands of lives. Secure border means strong national security. Secure border saves lives.
Now constitutes a clear violation of universal policy, and UN maintains zero tolerance for such behavior. As head coach for 2 seasons.
And the first time you do this, you'll get a message asking you to install Windows App, which for me didn't work. So I actually went to the software store and did a manual install of Windows App support. And when I click here, it will install a Windows edition. If we want to run patsey, yes, let's see what happens. Very exciting. Line does come up, so hopefully the program is to install a virtual machine. And here it is stored to the operating system inside the host operating system.
And don't forget, if all you want is to show you what I've done, down here,
Windows 7, Windows 7,
and now you can do anything. Run any log, the surveillance and surveys, or middleman. It won't make you anonymous, but it will persecute from sexuality, firewalls, or maybe it's the bottom line. Actually, don't want and if they need to we
don't like that. We don't like that. How about gathering around me and we'll hold this up. Congratulations. Come on around. Come on around. Let's take a good picture.
Proton VPN. Hello. No,
around and they think it's like, oh, you know, we're happy because now we feel safe. I don't know who feels safe in this country. I'm going to give you another medal, because I, specifically as a black woman, definitely and frankly, my colleagues have been real nice to you today, and I applaud them, but I don't have the same demeanor. Because... Okay, thank you. Here we go. Now, the king, you know, when you look at the way that the United States is run, you know, we're happy because now we feel safe. I don't know who feels safe in this country.
Okay, thank you. Here we go. It's pretty nice. Want to compare it? Let me see, compare it. Let me see how it looks. I don't know. That looks pretty good. Thank you, Mr. President. That means something very special. Thank you, Mr. President. Thanks, Mr. President. Here we are. Any questions? Joe, come on over here, and then you have this general raising. Well, thank you very much, everybody. It's an honor. This is a fantastic moment. I haven't done this before. And the job they've done with borders, what they left us with, that they would have open borders with millions of people, 25 million people, probably pouring into our borders.
Switching back west.
Is not yet been
beautiful words. Talking about patience and all the good things that were said, they didn't say that, but they said terrible words. They actually have this issue with words they never said. And we got caught because I believe somebody at BBC said, this is so red, it has to be rewarded. Let's go through words. So we can find that we probably will have to relate to my move. I want to thank all of you for being here. And that was the questions I guess you could ask, but this is really a great celebration for these people. Really unprecedented. So go ahead.
On Brown University, Mr. President, do you know what the motive of the shooter was? Was it a targeted attack?
That's moving along now, and we don't, and we're going to see what happens. Hopefully they're going to capture this animal.
The Whataburger Monterey Melt is back? You've got some nerve showing up with your all-beef patties, grilled peppers, and jalapeno ranch. Oh, we just missed you, that's all. The Whataburger Monterey Melt is back. Download the app. What a burger!
In pretty much record time.
10-20.
We have to ask the school a little bit more about that. This is a school problem. They have guards, they have their own police, they have to pay on everything, but we have to ask that question really to the school, not to the FBI. We came in after the fact, and we did a good job, but they came in after the fact. A lot of people want to see it reclassification because it leads to tremendous amounts of research that can't be done unless you reclassify. So we are looking at that very strongly.
Mr. President, is it true that the reports that you rebuked the Israeli Prime Minister are the reports that you rebuked the Israeli Prime Minister for the hit on Hamas General true? And is it part of your efforts to be peaceful?
Israel and I have gotten along very well. My relationship with BB has been obviously a very good look. We took out Iran, we we wiped out with that plane right now.
There's not really much to see. You have these concerns into the existing speeds, okay? Now what I'll do is recall the history of this one and you see right here that we have Spanish signs. Anytime when they started the service, you can see
Syria that they really don't have much control over. And they have to be surprised. He feels very badly about it. He's working on it. He's a strong man. And this had to do with the Syrian government. This had to do with us. As a response, we hit hard. Yeah. Well, we just had a good one in Honduras, as you know. I had an election there. I endorsed somebody that was not leading, and we won the election. And we had a good one just a couple of hours ago. The person I endorsed, who was not leading, ended up winning quite easily. So I look forward to paying my respects. He's a very good person.
This is fired federal agencies, and now going into regulators like the SEC, the CFTC that are going to absorb Democrats. Do you plan to appoint Democrats to fill those entities, or do you think that federal agencies shouldn't have
Well, do you think they would be appointing Republicans? Go up to them. So, we'll look at it. We want to be fair. Typically, they're not appointing Republicans, so you're asking me the question whether or not I'd appoint Democrats. But there are certain areas that we do look at, and there are certain areas that we do look at. And check power. I'm a big
social after the murder of Rob Reiner. Do you stand by that post?
Well, I wasn't a fan of his at all. He was a deranged person as far as Trump is concerned. He said he knew it was false. In fact, it's the exact opposite, that I was a friend of Russia, controlled by Russia. It was the Russia hoax. He was one of the people behind it. I think he hurt himself in career-wise. He became like a deranged person, Trump derangement syndrome. So I was not a fan of Rob Reiner at all, in any way, shape, or form. I thought it was very bad for our country, yeah.
Blue slips, Mr. President. Leader Thune doesn't seem like he wants to get rid of blue slips. Will there be consequences for the Senate?
Well, I think they should get rid of blue slips, because as a Republican president, I am unable to put anybody in office having to do with U.S. attorneys or having to do with judges. In other words, if you have one, you don't need two, just one. You have one Democrat senator.
On the other, you have
one Democrat senator in the state. It is not possible to appoint because of blue slips. A judge, it's not possible to appoint the U.S. attorney. You see that happen. And I think it's a disgrace. I think blue slips are a disgrace. It's long since they should not be relevant anymore. This is a different world than it was 15 years ago. It's a gentleman and gentlewoman world. Which is a little bit different, unfortunately. Yeah, please. Good question. I'd like to see the people get money. All of the money that's going to the Democrat insurance companies, the insurance companies make a fortune. They're up 1,700% and more. And they're taking in hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of billions of dollars, even trillions of dollars. And Obamacare gives you terrible health care. Just so you understand, Obamacare was set up, and I said it right from the beginning, for the benefit of the health insurance companies, of the insurance companies. They're making billions and billions of dollars. Their stock is through the roof. I don't want to give them anything. I want all money go to the people, and let the people buy their own health care. It'll be unbelievable. They'll do a great job. They'll get much better health care at a much lower cost. Well, that would knock out the filibuster. Knock out the filibuster. It will go away. A few people that wouldn't do that. It's crazy. Look, we should knock out the filibuster. And if you did that, we'd get voter ID. You'd have no mail-in voting. All things that make our elections dishonest. And you'd get a lot of other things having not even to do with voting. But Republicans should knock out the filibuster, and we should approve a lot of things. You wouldn't have January 30th looming. You have the 30th of January looming. You know that. Right? And if you knocked out the filibuster, it would be just a simple approval. But there's some Republicans who explain why. If you ask them why, they're not able to explain it. But they should knock out the filibuster. Maybe they should get
Postcards that get that talk. We must have merch like tote bags, t-shirts, and water bottles. Whether you want a few.
Against a very strong candidate, attractive candidate, who a lot of people thought would do very well, and that won by a lot. And I won Tennessee by a real lot.
Move windows around if that's what you want.
We had a great election. We won every single swing state. We won the popular vote. We won everything. And there's a thing that they have in our districts, which is a big deal. I think in a way it's the most important stat from the standpoint of, looking at numbers accurately. So out of thousands of districts, I won 2,750 versus 500.
Everything you need to get your brand in front of your fans. Banners and signs that help your business stand out. Postcards that get you top. Must have merch like tote bags, t-shirts, water bottles.
Two little narrow lines on the other side.
All these will save money on a lot of cool brands. Take this batch radio can everything is up to 70% off fancy store prices. I got this awesome vacuum.
The good paper towels.
I got my favorite all these
everything you need to get your brand in front of your fans. With banners and signs that help your business stand out. Postcards and flyers that get people talking. And we must have merch like tote bags, t-shirts, and water bottles. Whether you want a few.
I think that congregation is launching there right now. And they met with those people that I called out for the various countries, plus some others. They want to see it end. They want to see it end. I want to see it end. They want to see it end. I actually think that President Putin wants to see it end. Good talks. We had good talks with Russia, and I think they'd like to get back to more normal web life.
Scanning complete. 0,000 emerging out NATO membership for Ukraine. If such a security guarantee is offered, what incentive is there for Ukraine to use for terrorism?
Well, they've already lost the territory, to be honest. The territory security guarantee, we're working with Europe on it. Would be a big part. And we're working on the security guarantee so the war doesn't start up again. We don't want to have a war start up again. They said with Thailand and Cambodia, two people I get along with great, and I dealt with them and I called them and I said, look, fellas, you got to relax, you got to take it easy. They lost. They started the war again, it ended. And things like that are going to happen. War. There's nothing pretty about war. Nothing good. And there's nothing you can do to predict what's going to happen. But I think we made a lot of progress with respect to Russia and Ukraine. Last month it was close to 27,000, mostly so. 27,000 people, mostly so, the time is whenever we get it done, and we're going to try to get it done. We're making progress. It's more difficult than anybody could have thought. I would have said that half of the wars that I got settled, some were going for 30 years, that half of them should have been more difficult, and they actually haven't been. There's a lot of dislike between the two leaders, you know that, and so it probably makes it a little bit tough.
Have you spoken directly to Putin?
Yeah,
On Syria, Mr. President, on U.S. troops killed in Syria over the weekend, why do people troops in Syria?
Because we're trying to make sure that there's going to be and remain peace in the Middle East, and Syria is a big part of it. The new leader
And make sure you're in compliance with your company's retention policies before you enter a plan like this. At some point, you will certainly going to run into a situation eventually where you might have to clear log files, especially if your storage volume starts to
and the way of peace in the Middle East. So we have legitimate peace.
There's a video. I hope you enjoyed today's episode of the latest President Series. I know I had a ton of fun producing it for you guys. If you like this video, be sure to click the like button on YouTube.
Seemingly going up, we've been saying it for a long time, and it's a difficult one.
There's not much to see. Everybody knows that he's one. We have things that exist. It's okay. We also have those updates from the system and for actual
security protocol.
All I'm doing is recording previously everything you need to get your brand. And you see right here that we have standard lines to help your business. I might have started the service.
Zelensky also has heads of Germany, Italy, NATO, Finland, France, United Kingdom, Denmark, and the Netherlands.
Run underneath their operating system.
Very long and broken talks.
And most security tools.
And again, I think things are going along pretty well. 27,000 soldiers were killed last month. Shouldn't happen. Should have never happened. Should have never started. That war should have never ever started. But it did, and we're trying to get it solved. It was Biden's situation. Get it done. I think we're closer now, and they will tell you that they're closer now with conversations with President Bush. And I think we're closer now than we have been ever. And we'll see what we can do. We want to save a lot of lives. We sell equipment to NATO. We don't spend any money, but we do want to see if we can save a lot of lives. When you're losing 25,000 to 30,000 soldiers, mostly soldiers, other people too, from towns.
DA used
places like Corpus, batteries in Ukraine, it's bad. Actually, since World War II, these are some of the Russia worries about it. They'll want to get it in it, and then all of a sudden they won't, and Ukraine will want to get it ended, and all of a sudden they won't.
But we're
to get them on the same page.
We have
Very good
support from
One day one of my administration has signed an executive order making it a core mission of the United States military to protect and defend the homeland, and today we're here to honor our military men and women for their central role in the protection of our border, something that I campaigned very, very strongly on, and they made me look really good. They're unbelievable. They made us all look good. We went from having millions of people pouring over the border to have none in the last 8 years, none. The government will officially recognize defense medal. We're joined for this occasion by Secretary of War Pete Hegson, Attorney General Pam Bondi, Chairman of the Joint Chiefs, General Dan Kane, Commander of U.S. Northern Command, General Gregory.
You got your usual dark mode and light mode,
Commander of the Southern Border Task Force, Major General Scott
support, which will only appear in a selected elements
Major
and
Brett
highlights
Johnson
around
of
windows.
U.S. Army's 10th Mountain Division, Administrator of the Drug Enforcement Agency, Terry Cole, and many other members of our administration who have done an incredible job on the border. People forget now that the border has been secure for actually 7 months. Think of it, more. They don't mention the border anymore. Nobody talks about the border. They talk about affordability, and we're the ones that are bringing the prices down. We were given the worst inflation in our country's history, and we're bringing the prices down. But the affordability is on the Democrats because they have made it unaffordable to be in this country, but we're bringing those prices down, and they're coming down quickly. Energy is coming way down, and if you look, gasoline prices are hitting in many locations $1.99. Let's see that. $4, $5, $6 a gallon. And 4 years before I took office, $7. Southwest border, Mexico side, nobody's ever anywhere in the planet. The most violent people on the planet. Remember when the Democrats and others, the radical left, used to say that the people they're allowing into our country, immigrants, are nice people. They're not violent like our people. Well, they make our people look like babies. These are some of the most violent criminals anywhere on earth. From many countries, not just Venezuela. Venezuela emptied their jails into our country.
And Rest Center, own the best brand, your own way. One is flat rate sooner with early purchase option. Newly under with bi-weekly payments. Melissa owns cell phone for 6 months, same as cash. Own your own way.
6% off. I'm sure we'll tell you this many but these are the military threat to the United States of America. We're trying to drug out our country. You can look around this country. Look at China. Loaded up with drugs. Suffering to make them over. Other countries also, they're trying to drug out our country. Be sure to click the like button. With the help of our great service members, we've stopped the invasion in its tracks, and we're dismantling the cartels very rapidly, and they are being declared enemies of the United States of America. They have been so declared, legally declared. More than 25,000 warriors have served in this historic operation. Indeed, an incredible and historic operation. And we've never done anything so effectively. We've had a lot of victories. We've spent night and day enduring scorching hot and bitter cold, and they've given up their holidays and their weekends working with the officers of Customs and Border Protection. Our armed forces have already conducted nearly 13,000 patrols along the border. And today we give these great warriors the recognition that they have earned. We've stopped the invasion and its tracks, and the military component of our border security efforts was just the beginning. We're also designated the drug declared
system inside
enemies of the United States of America. So declared, legally declared, more than 25,000 warriors have served in this historic operation. It is indeed an incredible historic.
And here I'm installed Office XP.
Senate hearing 10 years ago, the predecessor Greg Ray testified that they purchased U.S.-bound location data for specific national security power projects.
Tonight we do.
And
And then probably thing I guess is some of them I'm excited about is role models being enhanced, which we'll talk about that.
Yeah, we will look at that in a moment. I remember the very first time I interviewed you as a podcast, and you talked about the root no problems, about this idea that you've used.
And then you've got some made in America glasses, so I love that.
Then we try the Shelbys.
What do you think? The Shelbys or the...
They both look good on you.
Your assessment. Your sales.
What about flight analysis? Try the Shelbys. We supply service. What about saluting outsider pilots?
This is what they wear.
And I can tell you that they would love to be able to make a deal with you. They would love to be able to
salute their service. And we salute the workers behind these glasses.
Scan complete. System is secure.
There's a limit, Phil. Business can do shit. Feelings make things financially unfeasible. Charles Schwab over here.
And make sure you are in compliance with your company's retention policies before you enter command like this. At some point, you most certainly are going to run into a situation eventually where you might have to clear log files, especially if your storage volume starts to become full. And make sure you are in compliance with your retention policies before you enter like this. I hope you enjoy these episodes. You most certainly are going to a certain situation eventually where you might have to clear log files, especially if your storage volume starts to become full. And there's a video. And I hope you enjoyed today's episode. I hope you enjoyed today's episode of the Lake Alash Hunters introducing it for you guys on a fun video. And make sure you are supposed to put on your retention policies before you enter a command like this. But at some point, you most certainly are going to run into a situation eventually where you might have to clear log files, especially if your storage volume starts to become full. And there's our video. I hope you enjoyed today's episode of the Linux Crash Course series. I know I had a ton of fun producing it for you guys. And if you like this video, then be sure to click the like button to let YouTube know.
Let's first of all open up the file manager. You do like the file manager here. And I've got sitting in the winner here. How about networking faces, that's what it's right. And who we've now got further, I don't mind most of it, I do want to have anything that Google I click on next. There we are, that's a box down Hello.
Carry legally everywhere I go. Here's how. National concealed carry country boss, and now I carry legally everywhere I go. Yourself a valid CCPD.
Trim complete. Processed 249. Quarantines.
Right. I guess
The question is two questions. Am I I need to create an account. This is a local account. I'm not going online here. This is simply a local account on the computer, so I'll just set this up. The password there is fair. This is only a test system. And note, we do have an option here to log in automatically, although I'm going to leave things to require a password on logon. So, we'll click on continue. And there we are.
So if I set this into like this, you can see that it goes. And when I place this in it kills it.
And then if you left, the FBI is still pushing there's no such thing as a state password and password backdoor. It's one key and wherever it ends with.
It's okay. It also handles updates for your system and for your applications, which is nice. I don't have any because I've applied all of them. And it also lets
water listing.
I just want to show you copying lots of files at the same time, so let's go back to
okay. It also handles updates for your system and your application, and it also lets you see
I'm confused about what it is that the FBI is doing except for trying to put on the show or whatever. After all of this
Now on Wheeler, they just passed.
I'm not entirely sure what the cause was. For the first minute, I was happy and moved on to do a few tests.
First, for the temperature from 300 to 350 Celsius. Setting the entire and the quality of academy. Now the temp power 300 to 350 Celsius.
Everything you need to get your brand of food and fans. We've created a science that help your business stand out. We are postcards and deadlines that get people talking. Plus out of merch, like t-shirts and water bottles. We buy a few or a few thousand. Everything, so that customers can go from noticing your brand to falling in love with it. Right now,
Yes, she is.
Copy.
Another live look here outside of the engineering building where it's believed this all started. A look at the law enforcement response. Get inside. I walked by the front door of that building. FBI agents inside. Now I just actually look here outside of the engineering building where it's believed this all started. A look at the law inside one of these Brown University buildings. I texted her to see if she was FBI agents. She said yes. Now I just actually got furniture up against the door to make sure no one gets in. She is shelter in place inside one of these Brown University buildings. I texted her to see if she was still there. She said yes. She told me that she's got furniture up against the door so no one gets in. Let's go to the
Policy changes. Spin 22 uses Linux kernel and this means that in a special
buildings. I texted her to see if she was still there. She said yes. Let's now say things over your
Street fire station has become kind of the information.
Then 1076 to 600.
President Zelensky's coming in. I'm not a fan of the war. I'm not a fan of the way it starts.
And that's our finance department and our extra law enforcement. And so for the moment, it's just weird. It's 13 months.
I'm already proceeding with my other passengers. Take it ahead and line. Take your chance. 300 yards. Seconds you can come down.
Journey.
learning alongside each other as this messy, complicated family who are processing something so challenging have not really...
Location was 13-20.
Open calculator. I'll be at the sleeping next side on the traffic stop. Here's my phone. Open calculator. Light them on.
Yes, each character is so brilliant.
And so, you know, the response we submitted speaks for itself.
Well, let me ask by show of hands, if you think that there would ever be a case where it's appropriate for the federal government to intervene in
To academic excellence, to accountability, to meaningful engagement. And so, you know, the response we submitted speaks for itself.
Let me ask by show of hands, if you think that there would ever be a case where it's appropriate for the federal government to intervene in what's taught actually in the classroom.
RDC JSON generation complete with worded series
One way that
files.
the federal government influences us all is in setting priorities. And
Workload
every
complete with
administration
text
is like
JSON.
that. What are the critical...
Working 1, Frank 321. Working 1, Frank 321.
Placement scan complete. Placement scan complete. Placement scan complete.
Okay, so if I take this 503 and go and out of there, that on-call maintenance, I just wanted that's about 263.
Click the link in the description or go to bioraycon.com/coldfusionopen to save up to 20% off during this holiday season. Order by December 15th to guarantee delivery by Christmas. This great gift just click the link in the description or go to bioraycon.com/coldfusionopen to save up to 20% off during this holiday season. Order by December 15th guaranteed to utilize policies is ordered by December 15th to Spies right gifts the hobbies that show up to these thanks to Recon of sponsoring thanks to Recon of sponsoring us at the same time back to the start fixing the basics. The company began AI into every part of its service. The company began pushing AI into every part of its service.
Not so on Windows. You don't need to install drivers to get anything resembling a good quality print or a scan. Either the manufacturer will have a CD, in which case I hope you can
You have certain links when they exist. It's okay. It also enables updates for your system and for your
Now we'll do is record the previous CCPD
business card. This would everything you need to get your brain and you see right here that we have standards and signs that help your business. The time I started the service level of what we need to install.
Safe dispatch radio code.
The first of these is the base package, so let's just install this. This gives us the basis of the box.
This effect.
You probably know Vistaprint for business cards, but did you know we print everything you need to get your brand in front of your fans? We print banners and signs that help your business stand out. We print postcards and flyers that get people talking. And we print must-have merch like tote bags, t-shirts, and water bottles. Whether you want a full
scale and with any service
banners and signs that help your business stand out. We print postcards and flyers that get people talking. And we print must-have merch like tote bags.
Engine 16 received, Charles, 841.
And we're going to do what's happening is the Mexican drug cartels are literally flying overhead, dropping their cargo, their narcotics onto this land where no one's looking, and then it's being disseminated to children, to youth, to adults on that land, and killing them. And we got to stop it before it gets dropped off.
Well, and your testimony proves that the Biden administration did not lack the resources to address drug and violent crime in tribal communities or around the United States. It instead expended and wasted
Can too. Jesse Cruz, NBC News.
Because what's happening
has a lot going on. It smells amazing, like butter and sugar. It's about moving.
And your testimony proves that the Biden administration did not lack the resources to address violent crime in tribal communities or around the United States. It instead is vetted and wasted.
Do you think that there will ever be a case where it's appropriate for the federal government to intervene in what's taught actually in the classroom?
Lindsay, if I may, one way that the federal government influences us all is in setting priorities, and every administration has done that. What are the critical?
All right, let's get straight into
That is why the crime rates are going down.
Thank you for doing that and a lot of what you covered earlier was the discovery and then prosecution that is done by the DOJ. I want to talk a little bit about
and nothing looks different, but now get additional installed, I can write to one
wonderful and the backup are related
and what happened. And in some cases, even the content itself. It was basically used to spy on computers.
They charge dozens of people innocent some money created
the proximity to the existing Mary Road pipeline that allows for conveyance to the Owens Stephen Water Treatment Plant. The construction portion of the project would consist of 22 additional wells. There's 2 production wells on the property, so it's 24 total. Wellfield water lines, corset connection to the Mary Roads pipeline, electrical infrastructure, controls, a pump station, and access roads.
In your way. Jesse.
communication like that.
The proximity to the existing Mary Road pipeline that allows for conveyance to the Owens Stephen Water Treatment Plant. The construction portion of the project would consist of 22 additional wells. There's 2 production wells on the property, so it's 24 total. Wellfield water lines, corset connection to the Mary Roads pipeline, electrical infrastructure, controls, a pump station, and access roads.
And then 9:15, I can have some for the Charlie, what do you think,
Use suspicious vehicles having Don't ever get mad. we mount any coaching?
I think he won't get mad, but I think he'll be very disappointed. Santa's, he tends to be a little bit on the cherubic side. You know what cherubic is? You like to...
I'll call code enforcement and see when that dump is showing up. But if it's not showing up soon, I'll just...
At the time, I didn't know how much they sucked. I do now.
They suck bigly.
Yeah.
And he used that word.
And I said to them,
Well, you said out here, which I video recorded that too. And you, no, that's not in the video.
From Europe. This is CJ with Leopard. David, Leopard 1838.
Used to show the files to the contents of the current directory, we use the list command or ls, ls and enter, and we would see what's in the current directory. And if we want to know a bit more information about these entries, we could use ls and the argument space L and enter on that. And we'll see here file permissions and the dates, etc. And probably those sorts of colours here.
Suspicious vehicles, ammunition vehicles.
They made a door and let the fire department know to come to the... I don't know what a VPN is and what you should probably... I don't know why Hunter County had... What do you think I'm going to do here? I'm a two-fracture. I'll go straight to the front. Hey man, let me get 2 pieces. I don't give a fuck what he says. You want a bad man?
And then I said to them,
I want to chop chop. Know what it is?
System tools, we might not have expected that. Are no difference under utilities. Finally, it is worth noting that all of the extra packages included in Pro can be installed.
That stumbling of the word articulable is objectively
the wizard, and there's various things that we've done here, so we'll go into later. The video, the particular one is that if you have an and just to be clear, if you have Intel or AMD graphics, here for
thank you very much, sir. Appreciate the call.
Not able to give out cards with the bills and charges. Sorry, I just put the 932 was a $5 bill. That's why I'm confused. 915, I'm going to
stand down, no need to die.
听我说，放下武器投降，中国已经看了我们现在最好的机会就是进行谈判。
Losing hours, some problems when opening and closing apps. Not sure if it's
Patsey, 917.
The following is for information only. 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 Emergency message. Frequency for emergency message. Commercial. Alert and commercial. We have frequency for emergency message. We have frequency for the following is for information only. The following is for information only.
I know what I
She testified the Walsh's marriage was falling apart.
She told me how upset she was and how frustrating that was, and how she was really at a breaking point.
Anna Walsh's body has never been found missing. Brian Walsh admitted in interaction, but he insisted he did not kill her. The defense
he had two misses.
Let's say we'll close this one. Of the Melbourne, I think we've got the witness again. Telling us about it. There it is. This is the target. Stop. But if you have this coming up, you can also launch it from the menu. We can go to administration, and down the bottom here is time shift. Let's launch it that way. And again,
the witness she testified the Walsh marriage was falling apart.
She told me how upset she was and how frustrating that was. She was really at a breaking point.
Anna Walsh's body has never been found missing.
Which concept they borrow what we know as mountain. It means the tracks can be laid almost fast, and that enables faster trains and short journeys.
So now, these may take several minutes. Plugins running Arcade Hunter full check.
You probably know Vistaprint for business cards, but did you know we print everything you need to get your brand in front of your fans? We print banners and signs that help your business stand out. We print postcards that get people talking. And we print must-have merch like tote bags, t-shirts, and water bottles. Whether you want a few or a few thousand, we print on everything so that customers can go from noticing your brand to in love with it. Right now, for business cards. But did you know we print everything you need to get your brand banners and signs? Banners and signs that help your business stand out. Postcards have merch, must-have merch, like must-have t-shirts and water bottles. You need water bottles or must-have merch like our business. Signs that help your business stand out. Postcards on letters that get them talking. You must have merch like tote bags.
Starting rootkit scan now.
VPN.
This may take several minutes. Running marking onto fill check.
For allegedly stealing hundreds of millions of dollars in taxpayer money, including from earlier revealed they charged dozens of people in Minnesota's Somali community for allegedly stealing hundreds of millions of dollars in taxpayer money, including from
Your event number is going to be last 357, repeating 357.
And I want to install Windows 11 Pro, and I also want to make sure that offline when you do this, I can set up a local account. And to do that, I'm going to go down here to VirtualBox, and I'm going to disconnect the network adapter. Now, when we've done that, we'll get to this message, because a virtual machine doesn't meet the requirements for Windows 11. But we can fix this by going backwards. Requirement for Windows 11.
So all of a sudden, when you're coming in 7 months ago, gentlemen, I have an fire
and file accusation. We have arrested 1,500 child predators in the last 7 months.
Under investigation initiated by the fire director.
The time the gentleman expired, we now go to the gentleman from Texas.
Hello. Thank the chairman, thank the FBI director for coming.
Children and parents and the demanding career. We watch media try to hold everyone and everything together. It's Fuel milk from the clan, which I know we're not supposed to talk about. Violence, therapy, common snakes crisis. I do it all. Joining us now is a
China you view India as
Proton VPN. Hello. You know what a VPN does.
And his complicated relationship with his parents, Morgan Chester, and the courthouse in Los Angeles.
which I know is some of the charges that the DA office can bring. Common snakes crisis.
Constitutional violation of universal policy.
Joining us now,
Zero tolerance for such behavior. Morgan's head coach for 2 seasons. This year to a 9-3 record. The team ranked 18th in the country. If Poggi will be the interim coach for Michigan's bowl game on December 31st.
Lady of the United States.
Go ahead, Sue. You know where Santa is? Santa's very far away, but heading to your...
It has this view, it has a few other views, whatever, the settings are extremely basic in...
Sleeping inside on the traffic stop. Open calculation.
Full spectrum analysis engaged.
I know for me, it is fantastic. It is still a first draft. The application, it is still a first
This is bringing in the 4mm basic details.
The transformer is way heavier than the tubes are beautiful. I really like them. The speaker is a 6mm, but it's small. But this has to be small.
Any project. Starting rootkits, let's use it. Because the part is longer than the 4-inch vise I have, I can machine both hands in a single set. The material is pre-ground, so I won't worry about machining the size. The material is slightly oversized, but the width doesn't really matter, so I won't bother.
Is the #1 AI
the angle I'm using is a 1/4-inch variable that my computer is sending from the short term. That's
Terra's IT autopilot eliminates them, and over
because the part is longer than the 4-inch vise I have on the machine, I can machine hands in a single set. The material is pre-ground, so I don't worry about machining the size. The material is slightly oversized, but the so I won't bother. The angle I'm using is a 1/4-inch variable coded in the mill for the Lakeshore Garden. I asked Brock to
Proton VPN. Oh, what a VPN does and what you should probably have one handy.
So right now we're working with ATF and FBI who are present right now. Those are federal agents that we're working with. We don't have the gun. Data collection, evidence collection, and video collection.
And I also want to make sure that offline when we do this, so I can set up a local account. And so do that, I'm going to go down here to the national bot, and I'm going to disconnect.
All the programs are live to air, so all the stations and marketers the message because dedicated the station that will play a classical concert for 15 minutes. For example,
in.
Some colonel, recent drivers, began pushing the application
if you have settings, the best drivers
CHK kit finished and infected items reported.
Province residents, not students. Many of them are
Both scans are complete.
the terminals are detailed, no question. We've never seen anything like this around here. It was about 4:15 and I was up in my house and just looked out and saw a complete street with rescue vehicles from all over the state and knew something was clearly pretty serious. And then you see the... Hello?
In method China, on where you will Describing YouTube roles and every audience for wider audio distribute and
Dr. Tim. People come in asking for made in America. Between Little Italy and China.
Starting JSON securities count.
Use it for work, study, entertainment, creativity, and gaming. Open a small office suite like LibreOffice, WPS Office, or configure desktop to suit your work as one equivalent to in the context of modern computing, it's clear why it continues to be popular.
The DA confirming he used a knife to allegedly kill his parents. Warner was expected to appear in court today, but his lawyer says he has not yet been medically cleared by the jail. And we have new reporting tonight on a complicated relationship with his parents tonight at the courthouse in Los Angeles.
These are some of the most serious charges that a jail can bring.
Football coach Sharon Moore and more has now been detained by police. A school investigation found evidence of an inappropriate
Location was 10-20.
Michigan's in a statement that conduct constitutes a clear violation of university policy. The UN maintains zero tolerance for such behavior. Moore was head coach for 2 seasons and led them this year to a 9-3 record, with the team ranked 18th in the country. Biff Poggi will be the interim coach for Michigan's bowl game on December 31st.
Warning. Large-style detective.
He's back. Hello. I didn't see it.
Campus by any means. It's a residential area with town buildings scattered throughout. There's a few local private schools around here too. Real away from us. A lot of people here on.
You say, how did we find out about this?
And by Leonard Street, all Providence residents, not students. Many of them are shaken.
Created for fear of the
It's disconcerting. We've never seen anything so weird ever before.
no longer have
It was about 4:15 and I was.
Is perhaps the biggest loophole of all surveillance?
The program is to install virtual machine. And here I've installed some virtual box which is down here, and this allows you to run a guest operating system inside the host, the main operating system. And we've got a video here I've set up a virtual machine in 20 minutes. But to show you what I've got going on here, down here I've got a copy of Windows 7. This is a test copy of Windows 7, and here I've installed, I think it's Office XP.
LSDR. Automated surveillance active. Frequent tapping engaged. Visualizer active. The script needs to be run with supervision.
Operating system inside the host and main operating
System is secure.
Speak with a male subject.
Down here I've got a copy of Windows 7 running. This is a test copy of Windows 7, and here I've installed, I think it's Office XP, early released on the 17th of August, and is a Linux distro which is designed to be an effective alternative to Microsoft Windows. So, let's based on the 17th of August, and is a Linux distro on the 17th of August, is a Linux on the 17th of August, tell you find several designs of let's take X and Pro, yes, here are on the website download, you find several on the website download, S, download, where you find several Pro, 16 Pro.
Football team Sharon Moore has now been detained by police in an investigation on evidence he had an inappropriate relationship with a staff member. Michigan's athletic director said in a statement the conduct constitutes a clear violation of university policy, and UM maintains zero tolerance for such behavior. His head coach seasons this year to 9-3 football team Sharon Moore has now been detained by evidence on December relationship with a staff member. Michigan's athletic director said in a statement the conduct constitutes a violation of university policy, and maintains zero tolerance.
Is it true what they're saying?
14 years in
And make sure you're in compliance with the company's retention policy. But at some point, you most certainly are going to run into
to bring those people justice. And I think the mayor from this authority were able to see it. Yes,
seems to be some connection
destroy the nuclear capability of Iran, that deal would have never happened. The Arab nation would not have felt bold.
What are these? This is history right here.
Yes, it is.
I love these.
Try them on.
We are responsible to making sure that we abide by all the UDC. And these are codes that we have to follow on the city according to what they have for us to vote for new zoning, cats, whatever it is that we need to make it that we abide by all the UDC. And these are codes that we need to follow from the city according to what they have.
So that stumbling over the word articulable is objectively
3021 is ready.
And if that's a few more questions, where am I? I am in the UK.
One made contact with owner, one impound, one return owner.
The program is to install a virtual machine, and here I've installed to operating system inside the main operating system. It does matter if the virtual machine installation, as this option was introduced with the virtual 7 down here. I've got a Nintendo copy of Windows 7 running. This is a test of this next screen that you see on it rather than the name image I'm not going to do that. I'm going to just like this installation program. These needs to be included as lots of feedback that you can install if you want to. On the internet, again, it's pretty minimal. We've got the Firefox web browser. We've got Arena for connected to the desktops. We've got two people switching feature. The often should be US that.
It was about 5:35. I'm at 148 over there. Just get out. Okay. I'm picking up the sheriff. I'm out with no subject, brother.
Interface layout, which will just add a bunch of around menus, around elements, when you go into settings and stuff like that. It's just a little bit more specific. That's what it is. It's more into something that you would see on Mint, for example, or you can even have a super compact layout if you want to jam your information.
You right away had to be in your room. When I got home and checked it, it looked clean and deep.
The phone is smelled it,
and the new reports saying wrong shit smell. I always clean well, hot water, soap, easily, but I found out wood cutting boards absorb juices like a sponge, trapping bacteria like E. coli and salmonella deep inside. Bleach can't even reach. I felt sick. I threw it on the spot. Thankfully,
Description to run with sewer privileges.
Hello.
You right away have a wedding board. When I got home, I checked it. It looked clean, but deep in the grooves there were bits of old food. I smelled it and nearly gagged. That same raw chicken smell. I always clean it well with hot water, soap, even bleach. But I found out wood cutting boards absorb juices like a sponge, trapping bacteria like E. coli and salmonella deep inside, where bleach can't even reach. I felt sick. Out on the spot. Thankfully,
I'll be able to sleep in the side on traffic stop. Hello.
Their need to make sure that they're supported, and then if we need to open something, we can, but we try to help them at first take care of the items that come their way. And then again, we're always pushing that out about the warming centers that we have at the libraries and the senior centers.
So good. Thank you so much. We appreciate you.
So daytime warming centers in the city, we do use libraries and the senior centers. These facilities.
Scan complete. 0 files before removing.
Anyone but yourself. According to the testimony of a man in the city, according to the evidence the FBI has, the number of names on the list are 0. Other than Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell, our testimony in the Senate here is according to the evidence
the host key code is set to be white control. So I'm going to say not see that message again, and I will switch to full screen. And oh look, Windows has the response needs to be run with pseudo images.
Stay on the lorry.
Create some American job.
I run the 64-bit version of guest editions. Like that, yes, we want to install it. We just run through the install process.
I literally took like 2 hours to get it. So I was like, this.
Options, it's a slideshow or a single image. You can add your 64 process. Things that you can look at. Obviously, you can visuals and colors elements and highlights around windows.
It's not just over there we get it installed. I can right click and go to display.
Location was 10-20.
Technology changes. Linux 22 uses Linux kernel 6.8. And it means that Linux Bin 22 has better driver support for modern hardware than earlier versions. It's also now based on Ubuntu 24.04 and, as one consequence, now uses PipeWire rather than Pulse Audio.
Location was 10-22.
Occurs to the Ubuntu interface.
Location was 10-20.
Hardware support 936.
This strictness is part of Puros' identity. Rather than compromising on values, it maintains a high ethical standard. Other distros solve compatibility issues by including proprietary blobs in the kernel. Puro simply refuses. And going deeper, the most interesting aspect of Puros is how it challenges the modern digital ecosystem. Look around and you'll see that everything today is driven by surveillance capitalism. Devices monitor user behavior,
Roger. Thank you very much, sir. Appreciate it.
Sitting around and not able to give out cards. What's the open service? I just couldn't that at 9:15, I'm on my outlet. Give me one.
Of the desktop, you see the applications of their own settings of various shaders, and you can clearly see that some stuff is not animated as it should be, some stuff is not as smooth as it should be. There are some performance problems between including apps.
I'm Lutheran Holler, and it's not.
Trim complete. Processed 2,616.
The DA can only use a knife to kill his parents. Nick Weiner was expected to appear in court today, but his lawyer says he has not yet been medically cleared by the jail. And we have new reporting tonight on Nick and his complicated relationship with his parents. Morgan Chesky starts us off tonight at the courthouse in Los Angeles.
These are some of the most serious charges that a DA's office can bring.
About things that I would ask for. Valerie Castro, NBC News.
When we come back, there's good news tonight about the special occasion that lit up hundreds of doesn't get as much attention as the bad, so every Saturday we highlight the many people who spread joy and love, and these are just some of those stories.
Inches needs to be lowered.
Charged dozens of people in Minnesota's Somali community for allegedly stealing hundreds of millions of dollars in taxpayer money, including from
Cosmic boys. I know that they've done fantastic work of
And here I'm installed
We do need to do that because it's a waste of money what we've been doing.
Passive Works Assistant Director of Development and Planning. Yes, we do have design ongoing for fiscal year 26.
Welcome back to my channel.
And then once we get
video, and this video is going to be implementing they're using SDR, software-defined radio. Welcome back to my channel. Basically, what MCs are, it's international mobile subscriber identity. Based on this MC radio, you can actually track your mobile location and things like that. In order for me to achieve this, you need based on Linux distribution, and the kind of Linux distribution that I'm using right now is also known as Dragon Sport.
Charles, 802.
Vista effect.
You probably know VistaPrint for business cards. Did you know we print everything you need to get your brand in front of your fans? We print banners and signs that help your business stand out. We print postcards and flyers that get people talking. And we print must-have merch, like tote bags, t-shirts, and water bottles. Whether you want a few or...
At the time, I didn't know how much they sucked. I do now.
They sucked September 1.
You probably know VistaPrint for business cards. Did you know we print everything you need to get your brand in front of your fans? VistaPrint.com to get your brand in front of your fans. We print banners and signs that help your business stand.
My agreement that this should have probably have been done years ago.
Yeah, the individual who were unit at the tax department, taking 9 only rubber factors on rubber
Location is 10-20.
Crossing bedrooms and the property was the information is on the traffic
Entirely the Epstein files and the reviews conducted.
Did you tell the Attorney General that Donald Trump's name is in the Epstein files?
And we have released where President Trump's name is in the
It's a simple question. Did you tell the Attorney General that the President's name is in the Epstein files?
During many conversations that the Attorney General and I have had on the matter of Epstein reviewed.
The question is simple. Who did you tell?
Many prompts all the way out.
The million engineers they are. Python classic fashion, we were a bunch of peps. We didn't want to rush it because we knew we were going to have to live with this potentially forever. But
the program is installed on the machine, and here I've installed this allows you to run the operating system on the top of the main operating system. Just to show what we're going to do, down here we're going to install Windows 7 running. This is a test copy of Windows 7, and here I've installed the Office XP.
Hands on your back. Thumbs up.
Good, Charlie. Johnson, good job. Good entry. Command. Starling, where's your dictionary?
Hello. You know what a VPN does and why you should probably have one handy.
The bill volunteer spinning around and around and not to give out cards once the bills and so.
I just took the 932 was that's the one that I kind of, that's why I got confused.
Okay, and then 915, I got that one going. I had it right out of
I'd love to put it, getting them ready to get ready to sell you. This is Jeff White from King of 2 Miles is being brought to you by Night Force Optics.
Can you tell me your address?
School kids and people from all over and visit that park. So again, I just come in
issues just like and then next we will just as we did previously the issue about hopefully we can now just look at as I said, it was a few problems it seems to
not able to give out cards.
Off the top of my head, but shelters would include Metro Ministries, Music House, Rainbow House. But they all serve different populations. Some are emergency, some are transitional. Transitional. I don't have the account. I'm sorry.
Is there
1026.
Location 13-20.
I'll be at the sleeping seat inside on the truck. Open calculator.
We find a number of packages available, of which we need to install.
State dispatch radio code.
The first of these is the base package, so let's just install this. This gives us the basis of VirtualBox. Which will do that performs down here permitting it to run that full screen. That will allow it to show.
Now, when we've done that, we'll get to this message because our virtual machine doesn't meet the requirements for Windows 11.
26 got released early last year. You'll have a newer base.
Full spectrum analysis engaged. Full spectrum analysis engaged.
And you can clearly see
Configuration applied.
Operating system video call how to set up but just to show you what I've got going down here I've got a copy of Windows running. This is a copy of Windows 7 and here I've installed
I'm bored. So the asshole about the tree and all that backwards is the problem.
I don't know who that is. Okay.
Anyway, welcome back to the channel, back with the video, and this video is going to be implementation of MC catcher using SDR, software-defined radio. Basically what MCs are, it's international mobile subscriber identity. Based on this MC, you can actually track your mobile location and things like that. In order for you to achieve this, you need a Linux distribution, and the kind of Linux distribution that I'm using right now is also known as
he was embodying and espousing that he also was against any further incursions on the American people into other people's countries. So it seems to be counter to everything that he did, and I can tell you that he hasn't done anything to explain to the American people why this is so important.
This is the most important economic way. Who wins the race?
Travis Jackson was on it for Friday. We're taking it on iron because it was just canceled. But it is not canceled.
The DA informed me he used a knife to allegedly kill his parents. The was expected to appear in court tonight, but his lawyer says he has not yet been medically cleared by the jail. And we have new reporting tonight on Nick and his complicated relationship with his parents. Morgan Chucky starts us off tonight at the courthouse in Los Angeles.
Well, I'll be sure and call Cody.
These are some of the most serious charges that a DA's office can bring.
Oh, and by the way, no trespassing. You're fucking warning. I got a video of this. You sick head.
Which, by the way, is summer. The weather is perfect for long walks in the evening, and I love having music on, but it's also good to hear the world around me. I've been using Raycon's Essential open earbuds, and honestly, they're great. What makes these different from regular earbuds is that they sit just outside your ear canal, the president clear, full sound, while still
is strongly pushing back against the article, calling it a disingenuously written hit piece on me, the finest president.
History is not yet been medically cleared by the jail. Morgan Chucky. And we have new reporting tonight on his complicated relationship with his parents. Morgan Chucky starts us off tonight at the courthouse in Los Angeles. The DA confirmed he used a knife to allegedly kill his parents. The DA's office was explained to appear in court today, but his lawyer says he has not yet been medically cleared by the jail. And we have new reporting tonight on Nick and his complicated relationship with his parents. Morgan Chucky starts us off tonight at the courthouse in Los Angeles.
These are some of the most serious charges that a DA's office can bring.
If you might remember, back in time, or in other words, a few years ago, we downloaded all the
Can't even reach. I felt sick. I threw it out on the spot. Thankfully, died. Where bleach can't even reach. I felt sick. I threw it out on the spot. Thankfully,
a recent criminal, recent drivers, you should be able to run that on any computer without any problem. A recent criminal, recent drivers,
Placement scan complete. 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 Placement scan complete.
Roger. Thank you very much. I appreciate the call. City around and not able to give out cards with the built-in soldiers.
Alright, I just put the 932 with the dumbfuck dollar bill also up on that's why I got confused.
And then 915,
individual steps from American workers in each pair of teams.
What are these?
These are the 50th anniversary limited edition.
This is a celebration of your history right here.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, I love these.
We try them on in front of you friends. Individual steps from American workers from each individual steps from American workers. We try them on.
Oh God, what do you got?
She says that's all the customers. She says she appreciated customers. She says that's appreciated. The optometrist appreciated. The optometrist Dr. Chin.
Between Little Italy and Chinatown. Between Little Italy and Chinatown.
You know, in my administration, we went to a very dark and difficult area of
by show of hands. One way that the federal government has done that. One way that the federal government influences us all is in setting priorities, and every administration is what one way that the federal government influences is in setting priorities, and every administration has done that. What are the critical priorities of science and technology? What are the critical priorities of the United States to be competitive? So I guess in that way, areas of research that doesn't fundamentally orthodox, but directly in the classroom, I would agree that that's less of a
future AI are itself. What IQ connects everything that matters inside your company. Without IQ, you can adopt the language of
Jason has been
Next time he sees you on camera, and we'll send her rapid fire. Just board you ready. Once that smoke clears that crap, still letting it out. Once that smoke clears that crap, still letting it out. Watch that, stand by. Go ahead.
You want lower rates that affect your health. Not so bad, but he has
what I said, because I was looking for 17th Street.
We're 870-794. That's 870. And 1 unable to locate. Then 1076 to 4326 Cedar.
Take it over, distance. Single officer, control, 1 unable to locate. For the receivement, I'm en route to New York.
Roger, 31st.
With the although we can see the drives appear down. If we now do a list, if that's clear things to our first keep tidy, let's do an LSBOK again. This time we can see that we've got down.
Charles, 814. Charles, 814.
I'm going to make sure all the units are able to park it there. Negative.
For your access, I was in case of it.
It's in the
130. 0130.
10-4. Copy 7-0. 7-0. Copy that. 0 TSO. So right back to the house.
Location 13-20.
Round 14, you can disregard them.
To accountability, to meaningful engagement. And so, the response
They're going to 1 equals they're going to do 1, 2, 3 bedrooms. You can see the breakdown there. Who will survey is persons that are below, households that are below 60% below. A household of 4. If they went to 3 bedroom,
He is not medically cleared by the game. You report tonight and it's complicated.
The object in this photo looks familiar to you. Possibly take you back to college physics class. Dr. John Shive, host of this next film, invented it at Bell Labs in the 1950s. It's called the Shive Wave Generator. Shive
used to be my own daily driver. Are you a military user? So,
does the object
location 14-20.
Dr. John Shive, host of this next film, invented it in the 1950s. Shive Wave Generator. Shive
That's because of the work
is to install a virtual machine. Now here I've installed a virtual box which you can down here. This allows you to run a guest operating system inside the automatic operating system. Let's take a look at what is in the video menu here. I'll just menu the machine. First thing this will be just to show you what we're using. Down here I have a Windows copy of Windows 7 to want to test settings of Windows 7 and then you go settings here with this ordering that up, you'll see we have different layouts of it.
There's not even a need
the first layout is what they call Windows lighting. We've got
not so a window here. You will need to install drivers to get anything resembling a good quality print or a scan. Either the manufacturer will have a CD, in which case use that, or you'll have to hunt online through cryptic websites to find the exact model among 200 different ones that have almost the same serial number. macOS might also work without installing specific drivers, but the
installer is nice. Location insert 10-20.
Vista effect.
We know Vista Print for business cards, but did you know we print everything you need to get your brand in front of your fans? We print banners and signs that help your business stand out. We print postcards and flyers that get people talking. And we print must-have merch, like tote bags, t-shirts, and water bottles. Will you want a few?
Muy responsable, y también el alcalde dio diferentes tiplines, las tienes en la website de la policía de Providence.
Anyway, that's all for this whole look at what was product over Nice, but if you don't like women and if you need to it's just not like every honest work to one place, get a bunch of people with it's impressive, and I think it's of a lot of people. So, thank you all for watching. You know where all the YouTube buttons are, you know why you click them. You also have a link to the entire film over any 25
so you can watch them. You will should.
That's a pass on that.
Starting JSON security scan.
Yeah.
Starting JSON security scan. Starting JSON security scan. Starting JSON security scan.
Councilman Corpus, thank you. I just want to make sure that the message does get out that, like you said, we don't, you know, we have the official when we, as a city, center, but like, you know, we've heard here that she's cold, like for me, 40, 50 is colder, right? But I think, again, we do need to
hold the stocks.
Starting JSON security
But I think Venezuela is feeling heat, but I think a lot of
of everything.
No gas on your own hardware. Your laptop, your phone, your tablet, your phone, your layer. That's the machine. Each one more privileged than the last. And the one that you think you own, that's the least powerful of them all. At the top is you, but underneath you've got subsystems that don't answer to you. They don't wait for an input, and they sure hell don't need your permission. So if your device now has a big brain, what happens when that brain starts thinking on its own?
This water's demand is that we need a million gallons a day.
There are some performance problems opening and closing apps. Not sure if it's
Informed file move to quarantine.
The bill validator spinning round and round and not able to give out cards once the bill's inserted.
Alright, I just cut the 932 was the stuck dollar bill. Also, that's the one that...
They're not there, you'll have to recreate them yourself, so we'll see where it goes. I kind of like the system, it looks good, I think it's kind of interesting visually, but you can also make something absolutely horrendous that looks like garble, but that's on you, you can fix it. Changing the colors so the system pushes you towards something that is utterly broken visually. Now you do have more options around it. First, if you don't like everything being rounded, you can square it, so you can square automatically all the...
Location 10-20.
They're not there, you'll have to recreate them yourself, so we'll see where it goes. I kind of like this system, it looks good, I think it's kind of interesting. You can also make something absolutely horrendous that looks like fix it by changing the colors so it's not like the system pushes you towards something that is very broken visual. I do have more options around that. First, if you don't like anything rounded, you can square it, so you'll square automatically. This is a test feed. Down there, you'll have to recreate them yourself. I kind of like the system, it looks good, I think it's kind of interesting visually, but you can also make something completely horrendous that looks like garble, but that's you can fix it by changing the colors so the system pushes you towards something that is totally broken visually. And you have more options around that. First, if you don't like everything being rounded,
probably know this is where business goes, but did you know that when everything you need to get your brand in front of your fans? We print banners and signs that help your business stand out. We print postcards and flyers that get people talking. We print must-have merch like tote bags, t-shirts, and water bottles. We print everything so that customers can notice the brand and follow it. Right now, new customers can get 20% off with code NEW20, because if you need it, you print it at businessprint.com.
It's a good terminal, it does the basic stuff terminal. And this is all all those are very simple ones, but you have the very and then
I don't know.
American people have any appetite for yet another forever war. In fact, one of the reasons why President Trump was elected was he was embodying and espousing a also against any further deterrence of the American people to use countries just seems to be counter to everything that he ran on. And I can tell you that he hasn't done
It's a very simple one.
Like opening doors, shaking hands, and hoping.
Security warning. Evil twin phishing detected on network CCPD.
So are you going to do this vice versa, or are you going to do this wrong? So, in half of China, but you view India as
Scan complete. System is secure.
Proton VPN. Almost what a VPN does, so we have one
Object in this photo look familiar to you? It's college physics class. Dr. John Shive, host of this next film, invented it at Bell Labs in the 1950s. It's called the Shive Wave Generator.
Or Vivaldi can configure the desktop to suit your workflow perfectly, though this level of flexibility is unmatched by most operating systems. As we look at Kubuntu in the context of modern computing, it becomes clear why it continues to gain popularity. People want operating
Drinking warm water before bed improves eyesight almost immediately. Thousands of people are already by adding one unusual ingredient
Custom order and top, whatever you want.
Device. We can see it here. There's lots of devices attached. There's a mouse and the keyboard, but I think we'll go for that, which is our USB drive. There we are. So we'll click on OK. Launch our virtual machine. The program is to install a virtual machine. And here I've installed the virtual box down here, and this allows you to run the guest operating system inside and host the main operating system. But did
you know we print everything to get your brain from advanced layers and size that help your business stand out? We use postcards and flyers to get to the top. And we print must-have machines so transactions in watermarks.
Operating system, host the main operating system. Just to show you what's going on, down here I've actually copied
I was trying to write if you are able to
Security warning. SSID strip detected. Security warning. Evil twin phishing detected on network Hudson.
They suck. I do now.
They got big leak.
Yeah.
Security warning.
I said to them.
Password bypass W. Sentinel engine engaged. Scanning for
and that, I know,
security Security warning. Evil twin phishing detected on network 1. Security warning. Written SSID strip detected on network
1. Very bare bones, and you can clearly see that some stuff is not animated.
Security warning. Written SSID strip detected on network 1.
They use so strongly as example the European Union. They won't take our cars, they won't take our agriculture, they won't take anything. They send the air themselves, so Mercedes,
I kind of like the system. It looks good. I think it's kind of interesting visually, but you can also make something absolutely horrendous that looks like garbo, but that's on you. We'll fix it by changing the color so it's not like the system pushes you towards something that is ugly visually. You do have more options around the strike. If you like everything being rounded, you can
security warning.
Won't take our cars, they won't take our agriculture, they won't take anything. They send their cars in, Mercedes, BMW, Volkswagen, Minions. You don't send anything.
And here we are back on the desktop with the Welcome Wizard, and there's various things that can be done here. Some of which are
SSID strip detected on security warning. Phishing detected on network.
Off the top of my memory, sir, I believe the FBI was in possession of verifying information on that laptop.
There's various things that can be done here. But the critical one is that if you have an NVIDIA graphics card, and on this computer there is an NVIDIA graphics card, we need to launch the driver manager to install the right drivers
security
for the NVIDIA graphics card.
Install limited SSID strip detection.
Noting that if you want to use Linux or creative mode, that the distro key will be the Studio. This comes pre-installed with lots of audio, and video editing applications, just for beginners with everybody says they're worth considering on Manjaro, PopOS, and Consider,
in talking to
I
was told, look, don't roll out
President Trump this week spoke with Chinese governments. He outlined a realistic and sensible position on Taiwan.
The self-governing democracy of 23 million residents has never been part of communist China, but Beijing considers it a breakaway province. Rick Schifrin recently sat down with Taiwan's Deputy Foreign Minister at the Halifax International Security Forum to talk about the relationship with the U.S. and why Taiwan is so focused on
This December we have been all over this country, and one idea is you flying high. Tonight, 14 years and counting, our Made in America Christmas, opening doors, shaking hands, and
Security warning. Evil twin phishing detected on network OTs. Security warning. MITM SSID strip detected on network. Security warning. Password bypass WPS opened it. Security warning. MITM SSID strip detected on network.
the big update in a moment. Finally tonight here, our Made in America Christmas. This December we have been all over this country. And one idea, we're having flying high
This is a test copy of Windows 7, and here I've installed, I think it's Office XP.
Security warning. MITM SSID strip detected on
I think it's Office XP.
Security warning. Evil twin phishing detected on network. Security warning. MITM SSID strip detected on network of. Security warning. MITM SSID strip detected on network. Security warning. MITM SSID strip detected on network.
They use so strong on us. As an example, the European Union.
Warning.
They won't take our cars, our agriculture, they won't take anything, but they send their Mercedes, BMW.
Means detected. Possible zero trail time. Alert. Duplicate network name.
Terminator off.
Right off. April 24th.
At the time I didn't know how much this sucked. I do now.
They suck bigly.
Yeah.
And he used that word.
And I said to them,
Bring that handle if you can handle it. Or Greg's a German company.
articulable is objectively.
If you're not ready for what's coming, click subscribe. Even if you don't
used a knife to allegedly kill his parents. Ronald is expected to appear in court today. His lawyer says he has not yet been medicated by the jail.
Stealth bombers, multiple flights of fourth and fifth generation fighters, dozens and dozens of air refueling tankers, a guided missile submarine, and a full array of intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance aircraft, as well.
Security warning. Evil twin phishing detected on network office step. Security warning. Written SSID script detected on network jobs.
Create them yourself. So let's see where it goes. I like the system. It's good. I think it's interesting. People make something absolutely horrendous that looks like garbo, but that's on you. You can fix it by changing the color, so it's not like the system pushes you towards something that is utterly broken visually. Now you have more options around that. First, if you don't like everything being rounded, you can square it. So you'll square automatically all the
Security warning. Evil twin phishing detected on network 1. Security warning. Written SSID strip detected on network 1.
Options around the security you'll square the background and you'll square all the selected
I know it's been down here to virtual box. I'm going to disconnect the network.
Security.
We've done that.
Written SSID strip detected on
the requirements for
security warning.
Fix this by going
Written SSID strip detected on network.
Clear violation of
Location strip 10-20.
That's a big problem. They can do their job and then they go into it. And the case I heard was like flawless.
We're probably going to end up using you and Lewis again later.
Security warning. Password bypass WES. Written SSID strip detected on
and the collective secretary of our troops and our allies.
Thanks for your question.
Created.
Roger that. Thank you very much. I appreciate
Right. Security warning. Machine.
SSID strip detected.
Our UK allies about Chileans' deep ties to the People's Republic of Chile. Also, the record crime is down in 2025. Deserve credit. The crime
do all these things. You need to know all that information, right? And so that's what we're doing. I kind of like baking a cake. You have all these ingredients. Inside there are all the little ingredients that we need to, at the end, this is you've done our due diligence, and at this point, it's a go for you guys in terms of it's desirable, it's attractable, and it's ready to be, you can move forward with it. All those things also have to happen in a very short period of time that we're talking about. We started the 29th of September.
Security warning. Phishing detected on network of
drive and partition there.
Security warning.
Many drive names,
SSID strip detected on network
PC and so on that each of them
certain -20.
Here, as these SSID strip detected on network drive will be contained on occasion connected by
not yet medically cleared by the jail.
Security warning.
At the courthouse in Los Angeles. These are some of the most serious charges.
because of the machine doesn't meet the requirements for each of those. We can fix this by going backwards.
Certain -20.
Windows 11, and we will correct the host name of the system as we do this. And automatically this is just by clicking and then
The original target also undocumented assets.
We're sworn to do this to protect the country prior to being
arrested undocumented immigrants with convictions including criminal sexual conduct, aggravated assault, federal prosecutors,
detected on network on.
You're alive, motherfucker!
Stand down.
Yeah. That's ridiculous.
And again, once again, I want to stress, this is something that the state did. We did not decide to standardize all the regulations across the state. And so one of the byproducts is exactly what you're highlighting. Yes.
Miles, do we have to follow these prices? These are maximums.
Security warning. Password bypass WPS open detected.
Danny, it's Chris. Danny, listen to me. Pick up the radio and talk to him.
Although they do have a circle around it in their default. It is going to follow node interface conventions, but it works and change the I don't think that's going to be
Silicon carbide lasers. I also did this earlier to deburr after milling, but this pass is just to soften the edges so they feel nice in the hands. Being very careful not to haze the nice, pretty, freshly ground surfaces. A silicon carbide impregnated buffing wheel on the NSK pencil grinder easily takes the oxide layer off the rounded edges that it couldn't reach on. These surfaces are still as is, right off the CNC mill, and
yeah, 665. Can you run over there and take a feeding truck and bring them to your location?
Security warning. Evil twin phishing detected on network hub. Security warning. Vision SSID script detected on network
machine. And here I'm installed to record the box down here, and this allows you to run a guest system inside the host of the main
security warning.
Once again, here I think it's Office X.
September-20.
I'll be able to sleep in inside on the kind of stuff.
Open calculator. Hello?
Oh, you want more here, but the thing, I think she was over here. 41 with sheets. That was 6 here.
The DA
security warning.
A knife to allegedly kill his parents.
From SSI.
But this is the infamous dream after all, right? So let's imagine I wanted to share my city with my friends. I can open up Google Meet in another window where we can show you another culture.
Google Meet culture and clinically immersive on a galaxy of planets. Always wanting to be able to show yourself. And we're being connected with friends and publish. Whether this time I also reputation like galaxy avatars, or a more formulation that versions into the VRC. I think she's hit the ground running, and there's another list of things that she's
that directory and list again so we can remember what is going on, and we can copy lots of files using what are called wildcards. So we could, for example, here put in CP for copy and star, and then we'll just type it in and explain it. We'll put in back again to the home. So we'll let it belong anyway. And then we'll have it. We'll have really good information goes on to the virtual machine, shares memory, and I'm going to store it. All you do is go one way to when the machine is running. And see that you are within the
Next, and then finally we have to set the size for the virtual hard drive, virtual disk, which is installed on the virtual sheet. And 5 gigabytes.
Security password bypass WPS. Security warning. Mission SSID detected on network spectrum.
915,
Displace some of your costs to support infrastructure for roads for wastewater. These are the, currently working with the Marabella sites, identified in yellow.
Detected on
have subsequent agreements that we needed to work with people like this. And then the property to the north, possibly the copper, will be likely the second best site demonstrated, and again, will stay within.
Security warning. Mitim SSID strip detected on network. Security warning. Mitim SSID strip detected on network. Security warning. Evil twin phishing detected on network. Security warning. SSID strip security network of security warning. Security warning. Mitim SSID strip phishing detected on network 1. Security warning. Mitim SSID strip detected on network of security warning. Security warning. Mitim SSID
Shutting down your computer is no longer simple, because Windows insists on installing updates first.
Security warning.
I'm sure your boss will
SSID strip detected on network.
minutes booting back up while it does. That being said, whichever option was closest to you.
Proton VPN. You all know what a VPN is.
Security warning. Mitim SSID strip detected on network.
success in India and Guatemala, shutting down into those
So, I want to show you cases that are dangerous to country. Biological materials,
Security. Mission SSID stripped.
Show me clear from the Castle Ridge call with result codes 1 unable to make contact RP, 1 patrol, 1 unable to locate. Show me complete with the result code 30
Security. Security.
And I
SSID strip detected on network content.
Entertainment,
creativity,
WPS office, or only office of productivity.
And in Android, millions of them run on a system called Google researchers showed how up there let attackers jump into the secure world and grab sensitive data like fingerprint scans and DRM.
As we look at Kubuntu in the context of modern computing,
you wouldn't know any of this
clear white consistent
use your operating system.
Mission SSID strip detected on network. Security warning. Mission SSID strip detected on network Johnson.
National Atmospheric Association, that's what it is. So they use data that they've monitoring stations around the system, data available. So they use this type of information to input into their modeling. They didn't actually take the ports
all terms, it's a slideshow or a single image. There's no photo or stuff like that to prevent stuff, but that's for There's also some quite good things that you can look at. Obviously, you've got your usual dark mode and light mode, which auto switches on the fly. You've got your action calls, which elements started highlights around windows. It's not overbearing.
By the front door of the building, FBI agents inside. Now I just actually spoke again with the
phishing detected
that could change our lives.
Foreseeing the impact of smartphones before most of us were even using it.
The top it says open application. And the first time you do this, you'll get a message asking you to install Windows App Support. For me, didn't work, so I actually went back to Software Store and did a manual install of Windows App Support, and then I'm hoping that I can install Adobe Audition. We want to run patsey. Yes, we do. Let's see what happens. Very exciting. Line has come up, so hopefully...
The optometrist
Security warning. Intimidate SSID strip detected on network. Security warning. SSID strip detected.
What if you need to run something that's only available for Windows? And the thing is as well equipped as evident it's this code to actually do this. To prove it, let's first
this new challenge.
Here, get on that, the dispatch.
I don't know, go ahead.
Show me arrived at 10, upriver.
10-4.
Also know that President Trump is very vocal in this
And again, they know we're going to go on our property. We're being told them that it's just come to this point people live there, and that, you know, they have land operations as well.
But are they able to have, I mean, if they have an issue with it?
19.43.
Security warning. Victim SSID strip detected on network.
Internet Medicaid Corpus, 43801, 1700, moving on with that.
Security warning. Evil twin phishing detected on network. Security warning. Victim SSID strip detected on network. Victim SSID strip detected on
system will now read.
As an example, the European Union, they won't take our cars, they won't take our agriculture, they won't take anything, but they send their cars in, Mercedes, BMW.
Out to 234
security warning.
Street.
Security warning detected on network. What evil twin phishing detected on network? Security warning. SSID strip detected on network of NAV Wi-Fi disruptor activity detected.
Is the base
so they use so strong as an example, European Union. They won't take our cars, they won't take our agriculture, they won't take anything. They send their cars in, Mercedes, BMW.
The next
current jam activity detected.
ISO, which will boost the performance of our virtual machine, not least by permitting it to run full screen and allowing a share.
Security warning. Victim SSID strip detected on network.
Lock off. They won't take our cars, they won't take our agriculture, they won't take anything, but they send their cars in, Mercedes, BMW, Volkswagen by the millions.
Victim SSID strip detected.
They were tariffing us out.
Security
agriculture, but they don't take our agriculture, they wouldn't take our
strip detected. Security warning.
Top it says open, install
Windows. SSID strip detected.
The first time you do this, you'll get a message asking you to install Windows.
European Union. I got a video of they won't take anything, but they send their cars in, Mercedes, BMW.
Install Adobe Audition. Do we want to run patsey? Yes, we do. Let's see what happens. Very exciting. Wine has come up, so hopefully...
Dispatch. Show me complete with a 10, 118 upriver with result codes. 1 unable to make contact RP, 1 patrol unable to locate.
In?
Make contact security SSID strip detected
video, but the critical one is that if you have a video graphics card, and on this computer is selected video graphics card, we need to know the driver manager who is storing the video
platform security function.
Later in the video, but the critical one is that if you have an NVIDIA graphics card, and on this computer is an NVIDIA graphics card, we need to launch the driver manager to install the right drivers or the NVIDIA graphics card.
Security that is one. SSID strip detected on.
But now that's it for another video. If you've been
there were two different places doing the exact same thing.
If you haven't subscribed,
specific division dedicated to audits, I didn't need another audit system again. So we only some of those folks with their expertise into our specific mission. Took most of those folks and are moving them out.
Under previous FBI leadership, FBI agents found that hundreds of thousands of violations of querying standards. In light of past violations, what action is taken in the future?
And letting you edit a few files on the file without having to install something on top.
For another video, if you haven't subscribed,
Postcards and flyers that get the top going to us have merch, like tote bags, t-shirts, and water bottles. Whether you want a few.
In fact, there is and in fact, people have been asked and in fact.
Bible or 500 pages of jam-packed information. So all you got to do is click Claim Book right now to get your free copy. But first, one of the most important chapters is How to Survive a Riot. A lot of readers out there never knew this, but after the past few years, don't know how that riot is looting the edge. Simple 6 English terms that operatives use for the forces use to survive riots and mob violence.
Errors that might come up and how to fix them. So, let's start up by running Installer. Yes, Windows, we will do it.
Hello.
And there's a product piece I'm going to select that down there. And we will install Windows 11. So, And I always want to make sure that when we do this, so I can set up a go back again. And to do that, we're going to go down here to virtual box. Alright, to disconnect, I'm now going to be plug it. Now, when you've done that, you get to write the message because your virtual machine will give you the requirements for Windows 11. There are, so this tells me as appeared here in not available in Windows, it's only the L1. However,
Welcome back to my channel. Back to the video, and this video is going to be an implementation of MC Catcher using SDR and software-defined radio. Basically what MCs are, it's international mobile subscriber identity. Based on this MC location, you can to your mobile location and things like that. In order for me to achieve this, you need a best on this existing road, and this is my using right now. And this video is going to be an implementation of MC Catcher using basically what MCs are, as your mobile subscriber identity. Based on this MC, you can actually track your mobile location and things like that. In order for me to achieve this, you need a Linux distribution, and the kind of Linux distribution that I'm using right now is also known as Dragon
5501,
You can use it for work, study, entertainment, creativity, or gaming. You can install Office suites like LibreOffice, UPS Office, or only Office for productivity. You can use browsers like Firefox, Chrome, Brave, or Vivaldi. You can configure the desktop to suit your workflow perfectly. Now this level of flexibility is unmatched by most operating systems. As we look at Kubuntu in the context of modern computing, it's clear why it continues to gain popularity.
Number of packages available which we need to install.
Dispatch reader
The first of these is the base package, so let's install business virtual box. Go to the user. The next is to install virtual box destinations.
There's one here.
As smooth as it should be, there are some problems like opening and closing apps, no shortcuts.
And I want to install Windows 11. And I also want to make sure that offline is set up on local account. And to do that, I'm going to go down here to the virtual box and go
allows cops to actually search your specific data in two particular ways. Number one, area search, better known as geofencing. The officer can basically draw one or more shapes
Starting JSON security scan.
I serve my country, now I carry liberty everywhere I go. National, I serve my country, and now I carry liberty everywhere I go. Self-balance,
We won Pennsylvania. We won it in a landslide.
For the last few months with the tradition of the moonlight.
We've also touched on this
My 16 years at the time, self-generation competes with ladies, self-generation,
Losing apps, not
now reboot. And once again, we're arriving at this minute, this time installed on the computer. So I'll just log in, and here we are back on my desktop with Welcome Wizard, and there's various things that can be done here, some of which I will return to later. And this is now the critical one. Select the box and the machines to settings, select the box
Show me complete with the 9720.
Yeah, correct.
Asshole was too big for
no validator, spinning around and around and not able to give out cards once the bill's inserted.
Alright, I just put the 932 was the $5 bill, also that's the one that that's why I got confused.
Okay, and then 950, I got that one going.
I think she will find it in the document.
36 of them. Give out cards one while they're steady running around and not able to give out cards. I'm out to 932.
202 Fortune, 202 Fortune, room 306, B-Boy, ESH 1022. Crossing Fairlane, South Carolina, so call fire dispatch at 1304. Right, call engine 4, the indoor gas leak at 78 Old Force Stamp 8, 7814 Step 8, ESU 2116. Cross read with to work off fire dispatch at 1304.
You know, all the Tomcats boaters, she might just be hiding somewhere. Thinking about it. She's around here somewhere.
I have another call.
What you're doing, or just to feel protected when you're using public Wi-Fi. This is just an important tool to have on your computer, and personally the one I use is Authoritarian. You can just in your free Proton account.
Corpus. Can you have a deputy to the radio just for routine backup?
No.
Recognition, fingerprint. Even though it's one
system
and
secure.
device tracking ties that viewing history to your phone, laptop, and emotions to help before you even realize it yourself. So here's the big takeaway. Your TV is special. The exact same playbook runs on smart TVs, cars, wearables,
And you know, my Democratic colleagues are so concerned now, Mr. Patel. All of a sudden, where were they last year? Where were they the year before? Where were they the year before that? Where was the last president in any of this? Well, all I know, the only thing I see is a single letter from the ranking member that was sent in 2019 that he didn't like the video. Some people signed on to that. Most of the truth, the real truth. Let's be honest. Let's be intellectually honest. And you know, my Democratic colleagues are so concerned now, Mr. Patel. All of a sudden, where were they last year? Where were they the year before? Where were they before that? Where was the last president in any of this? All I know, the only thing I see is a single letter from the ranking member that was sent to 2019.
Security
A recent kernel, recent drivers should be able to run that on any computer without any problem. A recent kernel, recent drivers
operating system. I'm going to leave the call working right now. Just to show you what I've got going on here. Down here I've got a copy of Windows 7 running. This is a test copy of Windows 7, and here I've installed, I think it's Office XP.
Security warning. Bitum SSID strip detected on network.
We find a number of packages available, of which we need to install.
Dispatch radio mode bullshit.
The first of these is the base package, so let's just install this. Let's give this the basis of
on the cameras on the house is
security
relationship with staff member. Michigan's athletic director said the conduct constitutes a clear violation of university policy, and UM maintains zero tolerance for such behavior. Moore was head coach for 2 seasons, 11 this year to a 9-3 record, with the team ranked 18th in the country. Biff Poggi will be the interim coach for Michigan's bowl game on December 31st.
Thank you.
Location 6408 Holly, 6408 Holly, EMS is 1418, cross street
security warning. Bitum SSID strip detected on.
We have the first lady of the building. That's exciting. That's fantastic. Applications of their
Bitum SSID strip detected.
Clearly see that sometimes is not animated as it should
security warning. Bitum SSID strip detected on network armor security warning.
Coding live.
Bitum SSID strip detected on.
You also get OBS Studio.
At the time I didn't know how much it was.
Security warning.
Did that. I know difference under utilities. Finally, it's worth noting that all the extra applications included are installed for free in the course.
Evil twin phishing.
Do like
but it's not showing up as a drop off for her. This one, please.
Hello?
Security warning. Bitum SSID strip detected on network.
Hello?
Shield security warning. Bitum SSID strip detected on network hotline. Bitum SSID strip detected on
Non-melanoma Skin Cancer Awareness Week in Corpus Christi, Texas. Of course, we encourage all of our citizens to strategies and available treatment options or passwords. Congratulations to Heights Dermatology and Aesthetic.
Security Information detected. Security
As we go to break, we'll take a look at our next speaker. This is Jeff Heath. Up next, we continue with more break. We'll take a look at our next speaker. This is Jeff Heath.
all the programs are live to air, so all the security that would play a classical concert security warning. Evil twin phishing detected on network.
401B today.
13 into 16, 92. With 13 into 16, 92 is going to be held with
location was 13-20.
Zone recruiter 5609 Cruiser, Unity Boy, Crossfit with the last students.
Security warning. Evil twin phishing detected on network 1. Security warning. Victim SSID strip detected on network of. Security warning. Victim SSID strip detected on network. Security warning. Once again,
goes into our ladder along. Leopard SOS is showing 3950 Buddy Lawrence. 3950 Buddy Lawrence, ESC 913. 4 copy was 1.
Someone can even see which part of the house you're in. In fact, someone would be able to see what part of the house everyone is in. You can see how dangerous this is, right? A burglar's dream. If you leave your house, you can be followed. Not as
example, the Urban Union.
100.
They won't take our cars, they won't take our agriculture, but they send their cars in for cities, as example, the European Union. They won't take our cars, they won't take our agriculture, they won't take anything, but they send their cars in, Mercedes, BMW.
3701 someone surrounded by someone
but this is an infinite screen after all, right? So let's imagine I wanted to share my screen. I can have Google Meet in another window where we can show you
security.
They send their cars in, Mercedes, BMW, by the millions. We don't send any. We don't take agriculture, we don't take agriculture. We want that
they're supposed to go under this specific criteria.
But this is the infinite screen after all, right? So let's imagine I wanted to share my screen with I can in another window where we can show you another cool feature.
Google Meet calls are incredibly immersive and interactive headset, but we've always wanted you to grow up with yourself and stay connected with friends and colleagues, whether through stylized digital representations like Galaxy avatars, or a more photorealistic version.
Security Item SSID strip detected.
Is to install a virtual and this allows you to run a guest operating system inside the host of the main operating system. Once again, with a video called How to Set Up a Virtual Machine that takes you through this. But just to show off down here I've got a copy of Windows 7 running. This is a test copy of Windows 7 and here I've installed voices.t.
Security password bypass open detected.
The program is to install a virtual machine, and here are installed virtual boxes down here, and this allows you to run a guest operating system inside the main operating system. A video called
SSID strip detected on network.
Just to show you what I've got going on here, down here I've got a copy of Windows 7 running. This is a test copy of Windows 7, and here I've installed, I think it's Office XP.
Security warning. Minimum SSID strip detected on network.
Just click the link in the description or go to buyraycon.com/coldfusionopen to save up to 40% off during this holiday season. Order by December 15th to guarantee delivery by Christmas. Because great gifts like these earbuds should show up. That's buyraycon.com/coldfusion. Just click the link in the same time. Go to gifts like these earbuds should show up. That's buyraycon.com/coldfusionopen. The least services are still as is from the CNC mill Now back to the story. At the same time, without fixing the basics, the company can push AI into every part of its services.
To the file, I click on the little file, and then we'll download the file. No worries about down here. Find the location of the page. That's what my
Hello.
I guess so.
Here you go, one. Security wall. Minim SSID strip detected on network. Security warning. Minim SSID strip detected on network.
Charles, in China, showing your constituents that you care about what they're going through, what it's like to not have a fridge that's full, to not have a house that is well built enough to get you warm. You don't have to be crazy to have someone call me a coworker.
We're going to be able to do across all of them that does it beautifully. That's like the same copies already. The vast majority of software developers use code. To give you a sense of the on our team, it's shortened our technical onboarding time to get engineers up to speed from 2 to 3 weeks to 2 to 3 days. I've really seen how it can help you build an understanding of the code base, especially in large environments like ours, very rapidly.
So now we'll create plugins
Security
your brand in front of fans. We print banners or signs that help your business stand out. We print postcards that get you like t-shirts and water bottles. A few or a few thousand. Banners or signs that help your business stand out. Postcards and flyers that get people talking. We print must-have merch like tote bags, t-shirts, and water bottles. Whether you want a few or a few thousand, we print on everything so that customers can go from your brand falling in love with it. Right now,
SSID strip detected on network.
To install something on top. Now you do have the Cosmic App Store, which is a very
Security warning. Evil twin phishing detected on network 1000.
A2. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
signal for you guys. And if you guys be sure to click the like button on YouTube now.
Let's take a walk out of that water and keep it
settings are what Epstein's bodyguard warned about his CIA connections. The third document is from Fox Digital. Epstein's private calendar,
Society detected
Obama admin official, CIA chief, and the last document is what Epstein's bodyguard highlights about CIA connections. Epstein's private calendar reveals planned meetings with Obama's admin official. Epstein's bodyguard warned about his CIA last document is Wall Street Journal. Third document highlights Ehud Barak. 36 meetings. Private calendar reveals planned meetings with Obama's admin official, CIA chief. And the last document is Wall Street Journal. Highlights Ehud Barak. Once again, with Jeffrey Epstein, who's the former Prime Minister.
And here we are back on the desktop with a welcome wizard. There's various things that can be done here, some of which I'll return to later in the video, but the critical one is that you have the video graphics card on this computer. So driving
Absolutely.
So one of the most immersive things about headsets is the ability to view things in 3D, merging your physical and digital world.
And with Press for Fun, I can take these 2D experiences and transform them into immersive 3D.
Hello.
Security warning. Bitten SSID strip detected on network. Security warning. Password bypass WPS open.
You turn right into the gate, going all the way down here, you got left turn.
Is that in Rockport?
Security warning. MITM SSID strip detected on network.
Apple Secure Enclave and AMD security chip both had their own serious flaws. And in Android phones, billions of them run on a system called Trusco. Google's own researchers showed how bugs are let attackers jump into the secure world and grab sensitive data like fingerprint scans and dealer keys. This is scary part. You wouldn't know any of this was happening. It's run underneath your operating system, invisible to you in those security systems, and in Android phones, billions of them run researchers showed how attackers jump into the secure world and grab sensitive data like fingerprint scans and dealer images. Here's the scary part. You wouldn't know any of this was happening. Run underneath the operating system, invisible to you and most security tools. And because
and here we are back on a desktop with a welcome wizard, and there's various things that can be done here, some of which I'll return to later in the video, but the critical one is that you have an NVIDIA graphics card, and on this computer there is an NVIDIA graphics card. We need to launch the driver manager to install the right driver for
either go out of pocket, or if you can please leave it onto a Pico, don't. I just set procurement on fire, but and then we'll go and we'll
that's what I want to try to avoid, is to try and pre-plan for some of this stuff.
And we do pre-plan for it. We know that we have to have a box of miscellaneous pairs of sweatpants, we have hygiene products, and we have to have adult incontinent items. We have
and here we are now desktop with it, and here we are back once again. So we'll just put it in. If you have that card, if you have various things that you can do in the video. But the critical one is that if you have an NVIDIA graphics card, and on this computer there is an NVIDIA graphics card, we need to launch the driver manager to install the right drivers for the NVIDIA graphics card. And it's installed now. Go once again. Command line. Who's going to do this? Well, we need to enter this command and execute. And in theory, we should...
Security warning. SSID strip detected on the network. SSID strip detected on quite stable condition. This family is speaking to our affiliate WRTC. Officials now calling for security cameras where violations of security appears to show student position detected security warning.
Wizard, and there's various things that you can detected on network later in the video, but the critical one is that if you have an NVIDIA graphics card, and on this computer there is an NVIDIA graphics card, we need to launch the driver manager security warning.
64 tonight.
4.
Unit 4 base. 3021 is ready.
Security warning. Security warning. MITM SSID strip detected on network.
Identify the good news. Take a final exam.
Security warning. MITM SSID strip detected on net. Album art workflow and verification complete. Database sorting complete. The entire audio workflow is finished. Album art database sorting and audio workflow is finished. The entire audio workflow is finished. Security warning. Detected a network. Security warning. Virtual edition detected a silent trimming complete. Process 3000. Security warning. Listen SSID strip detected on the recovery.
Transmission, which sometimes can be many orders of magnitude. I'd like to be selective. I'd like to take only the green and leave out the red and the orange, for example.
Trim complete. Processed 24.
Graphics, again, a great deal. Image viewing, complete. Drill, photos.
24/5.
Have GIMP, the new manipulation program.
Zero placed in web folders.
User feedback said people didn't want that pre-installed. You can also edit yourself if you want to. Yes. And under internet, again, it's anticipated browser, missing some Python connecting to remote desktops.
LVC JSON generation.
Class, we do, and finish. And once again, we'll go back to the web, where I've got the Python files we need over here. We will download Python from there and save that. And then we'll execute that file.
Security warning. MITM SSID strip detected on network Johnson. Security warning. MITM SSID stripping. Counteroffensive launched against security warning. Security warning. MITM SSID strip detected on network SSID stripping.
I got a video there. Not so bad.
There are some performance problems with opening and closing apps. No shortly.
Use 12 key coding as will use the name coding process.
The system will now boot. And once again, we're ready in the next minute of the time installed.
It is still a animated as it should be, some stuff is as it should be. There are some performance problems when opening and closing apps. Not sure if it's
ask me a few more questions where
strip detected on networks.
I need to create an account. This is a local account. Going online here, which is simply a local account. And the computer should just set this up. The aspect is to install it is only a sheet. And here I've installed things to run the operating system inside the host, the main I've got a video called Virtual Security Warning. But just to show you what I've got a copy of Windows. This is a test copy of Windows 7, and I've installed, I think it's Office XP,
a recent kernel, recent drivers, so you should be able to run that on any computer without any problem. So to conclude on Cosmic and Corpus, I love what they do. It is a fantastic first draft of a desktop.
Favor a little high.
You gotta be consistent. Elevation here should be in your shoulder position. Stock, the way that you're centered up on the rifle,
security warning.
And everything has to do with the pressure that you have.
Detected on
centered up on the rifle, elevation,
security warning.
Look right there, it did have the one
Fishing detected on network 1. Location 14-20. Security warning. Evil fishing detected on network CC. Security warning. Native SSID strip detected on network.
Just favor a little high.
You have to elevation issues here for being in these positions. The way that you're centered up on the rifle, elevation, everything has to do with the pressure that you have.
Look right there, it did have the one
centered up on the rifle, elevation, everything has to do with the target.
Now I'm telling you, look right there, he did have the one hit, which is right to move on now to target number 2. Just
all over the loading and dags and so on. It's a tremendous saving, tremendous amounts of
right to move on now to number 2.
Or if anyone is someone can even see which part of the house you're in. In fact, someone would be able to see what part of the house everyone is in. You can see how dangerous this is, right? A burglar's dream. If you leave your house, you can be followed, but not at a close distance. 100 followed if it's a car. If you walk inside a building, someone can actually touch you.
Circulating on security warning to show student with an SSID strip detected on network.
You feel India has
Security warning. Written SSID strip detected on network junk.
Last month we seized another 1.7 million fentanyl pills in the state of Colorado. The poorly run state of Colorado with a governor who's incompetent. And frankly,
William Henry Young,
Security warning. Written SSID strip detected on network. Security written SSID strip detected on network.
You know, they have land operations as well.
So that they're able to have, if they have an issue with
it. Academic excellence, accountability,
Security
community engagement.
SSID
for itself.
Let me ask by show of hands, if you think that there would ever be a case where it's appropriate for the federal government to intervene in what's taught actually in the classroom.
Lindsay, if I may, one way that the federal government influences us all is setting priorities, and every administration has done that. What are the critical...
For a female that fell into her head, 70 years old, and I do
actually in the classroom.
Lindsay, if I may, one way that the federal government influences every administration. What are the critical priorities for science and technology? Areas of the United States to be competitive. So I guess in that way, when they say here are areas for research funding that has impact on technology, that likely in the classroom, that's less of a
We can't forget exam. Our team members continue to be Carney, John, Eric, who's just a couple of months away, closer to the scene. And I'm not sure from your vantage point if you can see possibly any surveillance cameras.
Written SSID strip detected on network.
Well, Dan, what
all the blessings they wanted us to assimilate American society, so we would go to so we are anyways, we talk about how great citizens were, how generous, how helpful they were, preparation in their hearts. So that's the reason why I took story number one, and then we get to talk about the community of Corpus Christi.
How to adjust for true material theory.
We have been able to see, though, we're not surveillance cameras on the building, but root cameras on the houses surrounding the building. Here it is. This is a side view of the engineering building. Law enforcement, FBI inside. Here, show you what we do as well as law enforcement. Block the blood group. Block to block in small group.
Security. Item SSID. Location 13-20. SSID strict detected on the security warning. SSID strict detected on network
we can see that we've got SD, which is our see that now which of course is so we can
at the time I was actually quite surprised that he was so viciously attacking
the war is we make money with the war, but I don't even want to talk about that. I want to save the lives of their right
security warning. Location 10-28 on network.
And what we would probably do is just sign out with us and we probably would use signs in those 25, we hit 100. And now it's 75, we started doing 25 over there and then had a little bit of space.
I
mean, I'm just kidding. I was so impressed.
SSID strict detected on network.
By y'all's work in February, and I love the people you work with.
Sorry.
Security warning. Item SSID strip detected on network.
Yeah, I'm just arriving on the federal station.
18 in the country.
Location 13-20. Security warning. Evil to efficient counter-offensive launch against security warning. SSID do this.
In Europe, we will have another jurisdiction on that side.
There's friends in Corpus now.
Over, guys. And if you have guys video, then be sure to click the like button to let YouTube know.
William Leach and Frank. 1123. Alright, subject walk out of that car.
King of the Rock. 2 miles and being brought to you
Security warning. Midterm SSID detected on security warning. Midterm SSID strip detected on net.
1700%. And by the way, it's a
Security warning. Breach with phishing detected on network 1. Security warning. Evil twin phishing detected on network Chambry. Security warning. Evil twin phishing detected on network at T. Security warning. Midterm SSID strip detected on. Security warning. Midterm SSID strip detected on network.
was connected to the and run these
SSID strip detected
and then run this source for you run this you make sure that you are
Security warning. Evil twin phishing detected on network 1. Security warning. SSID strip detected on network out. Security warning. Midterm SSID strip detected on. Security warning. Midterm SSID strip detected on network. Security warning. Midterm SSID strip detected on net.
There we are, Windows 11 24.
Security warning.
And
SSID detected on
data,
browsers, store logs,
this time
operations
I'm going
run
to
machinery
read
models on
skip
user
and
activities,
installation.
smart devices track user location habits, bureaus and location systems designed
article by the New York Times.
We can go to view
SSID stripped
box kindly tells us we can get back to window mode at any time by pressing
security scan
F with the host key currently set to be right control. So I'm going to set to not see that message again. I will switch to full screen and oh look, Windows is not full screen.
security warning. Mitim SSID strip detected on
Currently set to be right control. And so all set to Windows is not full screen. Switch to full screen. And oh look, Windows is not full screen. And the reason for this is we don't currently have VirtualBox guest editions installed here in Windows 10.
They use so strong. They will take our cars, they send their cars in, Mercedes,
Do not attempt to aid in this You need to bring this man
What is this? You want busy with that nigger? I thought pay with this. What's all this attitude?
security warning.
I want to keep this chop chop.
Phishing detected on network. Security warning. Evil twin phishing. Counter-offensive launch against security warning. SSID
secured by electronic face. You can do this. In Europe, when you have another geospatial remote sensing radar on that size, but with fully electronic.
Security warning.
Is to install a virtual machine.
Evil twin phishing detected on network.
This allows you to run a guest operating system with a host of the main operating system. Once again, I've got a video called How to Set Up a Virtual Machine. But just to show you what I've got going on here, down here I've got a copy of Windows 7 running. This is a test copy of Windows 7.
They use so strong. As an example, the European Union. They won't take our cars, they won't take our agriculture, they won't take anything. They send their cars in, Mercedes, BMW.
Quarantine 0.
1026.
Location was 13-20.
Open Kevin.
I guess so.
And the system will now reboot. And once again, we're arriving at Smith, this time installed So I'll just log in a number of publishers available and then we'll
In the New York Times, none of the private projects even mentioned this saturation. This code cost now is that's what I think this is something that they're people want whether there's any investigation going on.
Investigate the companies. The FBI certainly can investigate and does investigate cases. So we have any information.
27.
Location -20.
Lawyer says he has been medically cleared by
security warning.
And we have new reports tonight on the relationship with his parents. Morgan Chestnut died at the courthouse in Los Angeles.
Bypass
These are the most serious charges that a DA's office can bring. That's a whole big deal, isn't
Call from the local rescue police, local rescue police, 400 station, 22331 335 South Water, 345 South Water, persecute, 2002, 1 o'clock, MS 338. Clearing out suspicious vehicles, I'll do a maintenance work.
Proton VPN. All know what a VPN is.
Security warning. Location SSID security
For this number, it was 10-15 minutes.
Scan complete. System is secure.
Route 15 is 1044. Facility station operations operational time.
Security warning.
With even 15 states. Progress will be on 2051.
We have spent some time exploring Genesis 22 facilities, which might inform
from the European Union. They won't take our cars, they won't take our agriculture, they won't take anything. They send their cars in, Mercedes, BMW.
Threw it out on the spot, and got my husband recovered. But I knew we needed a safer option. A few weeks later, we were having dinner at my husband's boss's house. His wife was using this silver cutting board.
Security warning. Bitum SSID strip detected on. Security warning. Bitum SSID strip detected on.
Ask unanimous consent and trust.
Security also follows and background logic and again, if you fail switch the thing, it's not going to switch it automatically for these applications. Really nice it's that's really nicely done. Well, KD applications, that's a lot less good. This is a flatback version of dumbfuck, and as you can see, it is nothing.
Security warning. Bitum SSID strip detected on net. Security warning. Password bypass WP. Security warning. Security warning. Twin phishing. Bitum SSID strip
You can start him over here now.
Or define peripherals and little things like this that I will talk about a little bit later. Define peripherals and examples of this that I will talk about. Examples over there, and more. This is sort of a talk that stand on the shoulders of many people over there. More. This is sort of a talk that stands on the shoulders of many people who've been reporting. And my home call is Sherman Valley Amateur Radio Staff on Radio Amateur. And our home club is Sherman Valley Amateur Radio and American Relay League, the Radio Society of Great Britain, and special
twin phishing detected on network.
Unknown investigation and the search for the individual who is still at large. We have shared the image of the individual we believe to be the shooter. We know that there is not a clear shot of the face that was provided. We continue canvassing within the room and the campus for additional video footage, still photography, and our interview with witnesses. I mentioned earlier the aspects of the community and the source.
Related to the get additions also, which will improve the performance of the virtual machine, not least by permitting
security warning. Password bypass WPS.
Corpus, mid-tag records on scene. The gray Toyota Tundra, 37 southbound Wagner. William David Charles, 1934. William David Charles, 1934. So.
I always clean it well, water, soap, even bleach. But I found out wood flavors absorb juices like a sponge, trapping bacteria like E. coli and salmonella deep inside, where bleach can't even reach. Sick, I threw it out on the spot. Thankfully, my husband recovered. But I knew we needed a safer option. A few weeks later, we were having dinner at my husband's boss's house. His wife was using a sleek silver cutting board.
That's why I got confused.
Okay, and then 950, I got that one going. I had
Security web. Item SSID strip detected on the network just...
They use so strongly as an example, the European Union. They won't take our cars, they won't take our agriculture, they won't take anything. They send their arms in, Mercedes, BMW.
Security warning. Item SSID strip detected on network.
Attention Station 2 Allegiance EMS, need en route to 239 Country Club for a 50-year-old female who fell and possibly broke her ankle. Again, 239 Country Club.
Copy, Lincoln Mile 03.
Hello?
I guess so.
Hello?
Security warning. Item SSID strip detected on network. Security warning. Item SSID strip detected on network my ship. Security warning. Item SSID strip detected on network.
Whether or not we should have whether or not we should have safe communities, whether or not we should have places to worship our God and not worry about being shot, whether or not we live in communities and cities that are not overwhelmed by drugs and crime, whether or not we have teachers, and whether or not we have common sense in our policies and our values. If you want to believe these things are not a sort of everybody, all of you
to install drivers is
SSI strip detector will
It's a complicated relationship with his parents. Morgan Chesky starts us off tonight at the courthouse in Los Angeles.
These are some of the most serious charges that a DA's office can bring.
Use it for work, study,
At the time, I didn't know how much they sucked.
or gaming. You can install Office suites like Office,
Location voices.t.
browsers like Firefox, Chrome, Brave, you can configure the desktop to suit your workflow perfectly. This level of flexibility is unmatched by most operating systems. As we look at Web 2 in the context of it becomes clear why it continues to gain popularity. People want to operate
running around and not able to give out cards. Once again, layer 15.
Jason has been completed.
A recent kernel, recent driver, be able to run that on any computer without any problem. So to conclude on cosmic and
That's so fast. So you can see the 3D, 8D, that's the latest plain coder instruction.
Recent kernel, recent drivers, will be able to run that on any computer without any problem.
I love what they are. When 6 hospitals go next year, and you have a newer base, I think you will be able to upgrade.
Referencing the non-progress. 241.
They're still locating the writer. The reporting they saw a 2-car stop, 40 calls. Fortunately, they the ones that are checking the gas.
Probably a sprint for business cards, but do you know we print everything you need to make your brand and your business? We print banners and signs that help your business stand out. We print postcards and flyers that get people talking. And we print must-have merch, like tote bags, t-shirts, and water bottles. Whether you want a few, there are.
Okay.
Million in multifamily revenue bonds, Social Security 101, and the Housing Finance Corporation managed ground. In addition to that, the city office as
it should be.
Just the terrible one where we're
That is the root cause of these problems, and we must tackle it. It is not a 19...
However, the first one I think you mentioned is VMware Workstation. The virtual box is a hypervisor that
Kid 27. Location was 13-20. Open cabin.
Into force locations. There and the back of
What we did to land and what that, you see that beautiful plane? I need to, I noticed it on the US. Hundreds of thousands of pounds of bombs. And every single bomb hit the target. Then they said tomahawks, and they said
That's somebody over there articulate lots of integrity.
First time you've done this, you'll be the Windows app support, and then on
Terminator off.
After which we need to enter our system password and let the process
Terminator off.
a little time, but when it has completed, your Windows program is supported and installed in the branches, as we can see there for Autodesk.
Literally wow.
There we go. And with this complete, Windows app support, and then on. The program is to install a virtual machine, and here I've installed something called virtual box, which you run down here, and this allows you to run a guest operating system inside the host, the main operating system. And once again, I've got a video called How to Set Up a Virtual Machine. Just to show you what I'm going on here, down here I've got a copy of Windows 7 running. This is a test copy of Windows 7, and here I've installed Office XP.
So, the next go around, and they just moved in, it was November 2.
The program is to install a virtual machine, and I've installed a down here, and this allows you to run a operating system inside the host of the operating system. Windows 7, and here I've installed, I think it's Office XP.
On the video now, to set up a virtual machine with 38 units.
you're looking for the first time. Please talk about it. Sometimes things get harder when you get up to the there are some problems in losing out. Go ahead. Stop right here, James. Go ahead. Go ahead. Top right here, James. Top right here. Yeah, right here.
For dispatch. Insurance is showing confirmed. This driver is
we'll see how we stop over. We need you a lot of beautiful presidents. Like
at the time I didn't know how much this I said to them,
for 60P, nothing found in the wells lot or from the terminal. 66 going to do one.
Browser.
Okay, any requirements for the public? Public comment on any items from 328.
And these tools do more for your privacy than any.
Warrants came in from Security International for main entry close station.
In China, India,
pipe down.
And it's on VP.
Hello, this is what man you go.
if they did it with a weapon even close, that site would be attacked and it would be wiped out. Yes.
You're meeting with President Xi in a few weeks. If you can't come to an agreement or a deal without meeting, are we in for a sustained trade war with China?
Well, we're in one location, 10-13.
100%. If we didn't have...
Robert Jenkins,
take out the number is historic by pretty much 20,000 people arrested, violent felons and all. And when you go over there and look at some of these charts,
Or changing to
lo and behold, we should find the heaths on USB drive is now again available.
That's what you want to do. It's very easy. It also on top of one another.
VirtualBox is a hypervisor that I use almost
in your
every
window
day.
manager.
However, there are alternatives
and to do that, like the Operation Summer, the FBI to go after violent criminals, and in just 3 months, you had 8,700 arrests. You had 2,200 fire seized off the street.
Also know that President Trump has been very vocal that he disagrees with that. He wants lower rates. Also know that President Trump has been very vocal that he disagrees with that.
I'm trying to know what it looks like.
I have an auto looking for holding a 1869 on the naval air station. Holding 1869 in direction to the area.
Those waiting much at the door.
In 8, you're going to see in between two buildings. It's on your left-hand side. You make a left-hand turn, go 2 buildings over, right on your right-hand side. When it's like you're going to building 8, you see a crosswalk at the end of the building. You make a right-hand turn to building 8. I don't know what street it is, but it's the street you go to if you make that right-hand turn.
Over SSH, and you can see immediately that there's new information written to the log file. Now to make this even more interesting.
I'm here at warehouse. I'm sure you've worked that.
A recent kernel, recent drivers, so you should be able to run
that. In this case, I enabled password authentication over SSH, which is something that you probably should never do. I wanted to show you as an
example. And sound deep inside, where bleach can't even reach. I felt sick. I threw it out on the spot. Thankfully, my husband recovered, but I knew we needed a safer option. A few weeks later, we were having dinner at my Canadian boss's house. His wife was using this bleach silver pegboard.
Area 17 Crosslawn and 21 area. Christina says the wrong vehicle that's in the turn lane facing the wrong way. They don't want somebody to get hit. I guess
We began pushing AI into every part of I love what they've done. It is a fantastic first draft of a desktop. It is still a first draft. The applications are bare bones, the settings are very bare bones, and you can clearly see that some stuff is not animated as fantastic first draft of the desktop. It is still a first draft. The application
council message, so that's why this is on the agenda today. We also asked that Chris Noe, the project manager and we know in the council message
websites to find the exact model around 200 different ones that have almost the same serial number. macOS might also work without installing specific drivers, but the
Flickr, edit liminally, crossfit Burton with Cardinal. Work off here this morning in 1438. One carefully is coming in as an unwillingness. Rolling roll in 26. Rolling roll 26. He has his windows remaining. Was off of his pants at 1438.
From 200 different ones that almost a serial number. Also work without installing specific drivers.
It was highly disrespectful.
100 different ones that have almost the same serial number.
Highly disrespectful.
My classes might also work without installing specific drivers. You have a few options here and there. Honestly, for my needs, it's way more than enough. It's a good terminal. It does the basic stuff a terminal does. And if you have a preferred app, you can install it through that. It also has a very basic text editor. It doesn't do much. It has some game management features. It has the merit of existing and letting you.
The following program features trained professionals. Do not attempt what you're about to see. Report in 2013.
So I'll need the work order number that address. If you can report me from that 23 to
Do not know when he's in the town. I'm going to come around there.
Look in display.
You probably know this about my business cards, but did you know we print them?
You can have it in large mode that rest of the desktop and don't one can match the desktop. You can change the size of that panel. I can absolutely have that. That works. You can add
Today from your I'm so sorry, what was I doing?
3.
Proton VPN. You all know what a VPN does and what you should have one handy.
virtual machines,
and you can clearly see the as smooth as it should be for the
with the host key.
A recent kernel driver should be able to run that without any problem. So do not load on Cosmic and Populous.
Rapid organization allows the shooter to quickly gives the shooter the opportunity to target acquisition, and you combine that with micro-position, gives the shooter the opportunity to make a contact shot, and that's when the small workshop already includes the platform possessing the small
Take care on Morgan.
Alright, I just told you 932 was a duck automobile off the one that used.
15, I'm going to have one going. I had an entry block.
To tweaker, to advanced CPU settings, to refine SVM mode. It tells us down to
not on your watch, on future watches. How can we know this doesn't happen again?
For example, what I'm doing is a cadre. You're important. He is not yet medically cleared out of jail. And we have at the courthouse in the state.
Not on your watch, but on future watches. How can we know that this won't happen again the moment you leave the FBI?
Simple. What I'm doing is
not so in Windows. You will need to install drivers to get anything print or scan. Manufacturer will have a CD, hope you can use that, or you'll have to hunt online through particular sites to find the exact model among 200 different ones that have almost the same serial number. Likewise, also work without installing specific drivers, but the
all in the region. Several inches of water have been bad water.
There's 200 different ones that have almost the same serial number.
Lowest point in
likewise, I can think without installing specific drivers.
Depths up to 700 feet. Water creates a stunning mountain peaks as a valley. A state trooper in Missouri the highway state highway.
I'll accept your representation. I don't know.
Thank you. It was all over the media at the time, the New York Times article.
Epstein's indictment photos disclosed, dated July 8th, 2019. Over the photograph girls was discovered inside financier Jeff Epstein's mansion. Also, Michael, families, you know, and boys, on radio.
And high frequency, please, high frequency would look like this.
Implementation is about a 30-day window for us to be able to get all of the signs changed out.
This is the problem. You need to be able to get let's say the side of a building. This is your building. The issue here is low frequency goes and high frequency indicates a little bit. Whereas the high frequency now, this is the problem. We need to be able to get let's say the side of a building. This is your building. And the issue here is
can be installed for free in the court. However, I know that some
For new information locations, there will be one environment. Yeah.
Where's the alcohol?
On VPN. You all know what a VPN does and what you should probably have one
and wait for 64-bit version of guest editions. Like that, yes, we will install it. And we just run through like a normal Windows install process. And there we are, it is installed, but we have to
football team. More and more has now been detained by police. A school investigation found evidence he had an inappropriate relationship with a staff member. And this is all athletic director said in a statement.
That's a great deal.
You started rolling out when you come to speak to the United Nations, Corpus, Christi, Cornell, Disney, KPMG, Nordic, Pfizer, you name it, all booking
Gun 2, Engine 10, head on the 111 license,
Child predators and sex traffickers just look your stats, and you talk about cover-ups, man. You talk about cover-ups. Why were you during the Obama and Biden administration when these cover-ups were going on? Why did anyone in those administrations talk to any of these reported witnesses? The single person to provide credible information on the law that
down here to virtual box, I'm going to
location
this message because virtual machine doesn't meet the requirements for Windows. I can fit this by going backwards and
Not a great deal. Image viewer, LibreOffice Draw, photos. We're going to have GIMP program. Used to be included. Apparently, user feedback said people didn't want that.
We try to
internet, again, it's pretty limited.
Jennifer and the team
browser, you're ready for connecting to desktops.
They're getting ready to reach capacity. He's going to get powered. That's one of those trigger points where we open doors. And we take that over.
but now
If you've enjoyed what you've seen here, please press like.
subscribe. Recent.
Charge Proton VPN. You all know what a VPN does and why you should probably have one handy.
Basically, I'm on board. You show me right, Caravel. Should be clear of A202 for Padre Ivan Drive. Leave the call open.
Basement scan complete.
Yes, number dispatch.
And the system will now reboot. And once again, we're arriving in Linux Mint, this time installed on the computer. So I'll just log in. And here we are back on the desktop with a welcome wizard. And there's various things to be done here, some of which I'll return to later in the video, but the critical one is that if you have it installed now, it's installed now on this computer. Once again, video once again, you need to have the other manager on the private server, once again, it's arriving in, and you go back on the desktop, go back into the desktop with various things that Andy does here, various things that Andy does,
Sergio's going to do a great job. He's going to do a great job. But no, we'll be talking about the war with them. We'll be talking about. I mean, they want to go offensive. I'll make a determination on that, but they would like.
As they would in classic Windows. And it gives us a little bit of light. And this does have applications. I got a video of this.
Welcome back to my channel. Welcome back to the video. And this video is going to be an implementation of the architecture using SDR from my video. This housing Linux distributions and the kind of Linux system that I'm using is also known as
the other thing we get, the other thing we can get, is a lot more software. So, and I say we can get a lot more software.
That's the sound of someone who misplaced their debit card. Not the gas pump, or the checkout counter, or the retail counter. Now, yes, the chief.
I think the judge should be ashamed of himself. That's a big problem. You know, they can do their job and then they go into a court protected by these. I don't know where they come from. Where do they come from? Where do they do it? The case I heard was like,
as the installer includes an option for minimal install with software. But Audacity, every machine, every coding, and to finish things off, there is no difference in the system. We might not expect that, and the utilities. It is worth noting that all of the access to 165 in quarantine can be installed for free in the core edition. However,
very helpful that he disagrees with it, that he wants lower rates, not so fast, but
there you go. Everything looks different, but now we've got additions installed. I can right click and go through
we will very much see a different makeup at the Fed depending on who the president chooses, and that would mean that there is likely even more division potentially next year. Two more divisions to play next year and months to come.
Other things to you. And we're seeing dramatic movement always the easy airport taxiway speeding past passenger jets in California. Clinical crash landing on a plane needed the
Tonight, 10 students of the
Next, and as you might have seen with the resources allocated previously, we get in the machine about half the RAM and CPU cores.
And again, Republicans, President Trump, understand how difficult this healthcare issue is. You know what it cost them in 2018. My understanding is that the White House wants to see a deal. I know they haven't been explicit about that, but I think they're quietly rooting for these members in the House that have taken matters in their own hands with these discharge petitions to hope that this issue gets addressed in some kind of meaningful way so that it does not continue being a major topic.
Ram didn't want to deploy and I turned the unit off. I tried rebooting and it still won't deploy.
14 placed in wooded folders. Quarantine 0 empty folders. LVC JSON generation complete with wooded series files. Workflow complete with fixed JSON.
I already did all that. Open and close and did all that. Unit 3059 today. Can I get an attention?
To 70 Northwest.
I'm going to get to the mechanic shop.
10-4. One of the females from the Joe arranged the count. Copy begin.
Scan complete. System is secure.
3 leading breast. You're there on one ambush. 2, good. The DL number. 12270763 Metro. We're going to need an operator to take over the route and turn off his head. Received, you can mark this around.
Loader has completed services, loaders details, and loader tasks vision, sound, interface. This man is the loader to display graphics and the stop environment who remains some critical position at work some end-user applications such as file manager, text editors, web browsers, media players, and
location September 20.
As well as the FBI, who have been Providence State.
I'll get to sleep and see. Open calculation.
Copy that.
Sam Young, 2695.
And those numbers are accurate. The trend rate Rockwood numbers are.
I always cleaned it well. And during that same period, how did the FBI see 6,000 and
working together, it makes a huge difference on your success rate.
So one might think they have these bit of understanding.
I'm also showing that he has both of those, but I do not have hard copies of them.
Okay, I'm good. Can you go and confirm? Residential 5 with 3210 Casablanca, 3210 Casablanca, ESC 2010, crossing with Casa de Oro and Casaluna. Work off our Spanish at 1515.
Any of the board or committee appointments, this will be your time to step in and make your comments. Copy that.
I bet you it's Robert.
I understand that she testified that marriage was falling apart.
She told me how she wasn't how frustrating that was. She was really a breakage.
Otto Walton's body has never been found missing. Ryan Walt admitted that he moved in an interview and he insisted he didn't kill her. The defense counsel charged him
The university was firing the head coach of
And I said to them,
In my silence, on railroads, you do India.
Proton VPN. You know what a VPN does. Have one handy
suspension for a crash at 27 on a catamaran deal.
Yeah, we saw it was high right there.
But for me, it has all the functionality that I need. It's stable.
Well, you got him a good driver, he's probably 18.
What's this DJ with that part?
Hello.
Hello? Hello?